Happy eBay hunting day. Hey, what's up, Timothy? Thank you very much. Thanks for the 92 months. I hope you know, Timothy, that one of the most expensive, sought-after golf games is getting reprinted with that Neo Geo. The AES, I don't know if you saw that thing yet. The, what is it? Top Golf Masters or whatever the heck it's called. Apparently supposed to be really good. Lozenges, there's a Lozenge super chat. Thank you, Mr. Big. I think I'm getting better at it, right? Hello, Kid Kari. Hello, Osteo. We could look at some Neo Geo tonight. Thanks, Tokyo Tiger. Thank you for the 52 months. That's awesome, you pre-ordered it. The white one? Yeah. Sadly, I can't, I'm not a big, like, I like the OG colors, you know, but that one does look kind of cool. Hello, Roth. Yeah, that golf game looks cool. Yeah, that golf game looks cool. Whoops. Took care of that. Yeah, they include the Sega or the Neo Geo CD course. Extra content. Hello, John Diaz. And the really cool thing is that I didn't even realize that Shock Troopers game never got an AES release. It was MBS only. So that's actually the first time that game is getting an official AES release. Hello, Ellis. Speaking of golf, the Eagle Eye. I'm not even sure I'm familiar with this one. Axis. Definitely looks like a Japanese developed game. Doesn't look that bad, honestly. I think I've seen that. I love how they put Sonic R artwork on the front here. But it's it's for Sonic 2. But they're using Sonic R's cover. And then this here is pretty unusual art for Sonic. You don't see that often. Oh my god, they're catching on and showing us video games. Have they improved their algorithm? No more pet rocks and makeup and trading cards? But then their problem is that, like, they never show it to us on a night where they're live. Who cares if it's live 3 days from now? Oh, man. I think I actually... Did I have this? I definitely had this. The Sturmwind thing on the right here. I don't think I ever got the octopus plush, though. I forget what you had to do. I think you had to just pay extra for it. I'm pretty sure I had this, but I think I sold it. I think I got rid of it. This was a very early 3D printed figure. This was one of the first things I ever bought that was 3D printed, back when they looked like sandpaper, like really blurry sandpaper. Pretty poor quality. It's like a figure of the ship. Hello, Quick Blue. Hello, Samuel. Hello, Gaseous. Hello, Stepmech. Did I see Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo? In the listings? I must have scrolled past it. Yeah, I can imagine there's a lot more people bidding on Mario Galaxy 2 right now. Some people probably just prefer to have it on the Wii rather than the 3D All-Stars version. Well, that one doesn't even have 2. So in a way, yeah, the Wii version is going to be getting even more attention. But for the first game, some people would still prefer the Wii version. Still blows me away how, I guess the combination of Pokemon and Switch, it's like all these years later these games are still $30-$40. So Arceus was a bit up to like 45. Crazy. I admire their effort. They held it to try and get rid of glare, but they still got the glare. I have this controller. Found this in a thrift store. It's like one of the only decent things I found in a thrift store over the past 5 years. The few times I went. Was this for like $5 or $10 or something. Golden Wii Pro controller thing. It's actually not a bad controller. Hello, Yoshi Yoshi. Did I play PlayStation 1 RPG games? Oh yeah, I mean, I still play them. I still love PS1 RPGs. Definitely some of the best ones out there. Look at this, a Pokemon Yellow cart that looks like it's been disintegrated in acid. 51 bucks. Hey, at least you know you're getting an authentic label, right? That definitely ain't fake. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot they did the Galaxy 1 and 2 collection. Completely passed my mind. Yeah, I passed on that. Did I play Super Nintendo? Back in the day, I did, but I grew up with a Genesis for quite a few years before I got Super Nintendo. Hello, Rodin. Well, if I play Galaxy again, I mean, I could always just do it on Wii or Wii U. It's not too big of a deal to me. But, you know, having it on the Switch is fine as well. I just wasn't in the mood to play Galaxy when that came out. Pretty decent Saturn lot ending in half an hour. For you Saturn aficionados out there. Free shipping. And all 6 games are pretty good. The highlights here probably being Street Fighter and Virtual On. I'll link this seller for you guys. Search their items for Saturn. Hello, Codes. Just got your appendix removed. Spent some time listening to eBay VODs. Well, I'm glad the eBay VODs of finding people's dirty feet in overpriced games helped you recover. And I'm glad I went away for you, Coyotes. Did I love Doom 64? It was scary back then as a kid. It was creepy. I liked it, but that was practically a horror game. The best controller design from the retro era. Personally, I think the one that was always most comfortable was the DualShock for PS1. And don't fix what ain't broken, right? Look how long they kept it like that until the PS4. Still kind of wish they never changed it so drastically. But the DualSense is comfortable. It is comfortable. And obviously they got to change the shape of it for the DualSense vibration technology. But my hands never cramp up using a PS1 or a PS2 or a PS3 controller. I mean, buying the white version is, a lot of people are getting that version. I'm not into because the way I look at it is the white console, and then you get the white cart, but then everything else that you buy from then on out will be a black cart, so it's kind of like, I don't know, just bugs me. I set up an affiliate link, by the way, for Amazon. Amazon sells the Neo Geo AES plus the games, like all the accessories. The only thing it doesn't sell is the Ultimate Edition. So if any of you are on the fence about picking up that anything Neo Geo AES, the affiliate link is on my video on YouTube. If you just go to the comments or the description, it just helps out a little bit. If you were still on the fence about picking it up, just remember to click that before you check out. Plus, you get Prime shipping. Honestly, you probably get it shipped to you faster than the freaking official website, if I'm being honest. We'll see how that goes. Still want to try Redfall one day. See what the big deal is with that game. I watched a little bit of gameplay of that one day, and it actually looked kind of fun. Hello, G-Juice. Yeah, there's some people out there that are like very mad about the AES Plus. Of course, because I liked a couple of posts on X and everything. Like my whole feed is just people either complimenting or complaining about the AES Plus. It's pretty funny. Thanks, Bilbo. Bilbo with the 30 months. Appreciate it. Did I ever own an Amiga? The only Amiga I ever owned was the CD32. Still own it. But I can't do Amiga stuff. It's just too much of a hassle in the US. I have to play ports of Amiga games. Did you pre-order yours yet, Stage 1? Yeah, I know you're dipping your toes in the AES past year or so. Come on, seller hogging up all the listings. Oh, are they still having shipping issues on the website? Yeah, I've heard they have a lot of shipping problems. Yeah, if anything, it's shipping through Prime should be fine. Can't ship to Washington yet? That's crazy. That's such a weird glitch. What was that, graphic novel edition of Enchanted Arms? Graphic novel edition. Yeah, they used to bundle the first, an early print of this. I never really remembered to pay attention to what it came with, but yeah, I guess it was a graphic novel. They're not too rare. It's fairly common to see this with the graphic novel outer box and everything. This one is sealed. Which one are you thinking of picking up, Stage 1? The white one, the regular, or the ultimate? Graded games hold any value? I don't really like commenting on graded game prices. I feel like that whole market is like a huge manipulation. I'm not well versed enough to understand the prices of those things. I feel like 25% of the people that are buying them are actually collecting, and then like the rest of them are just speculative investors. That's it. Going with all 10 re-releases and games. Oh, that's right, you have no reason. I completely forgot you have no reason to get all the other stuff because you have it already. But the re-releases of games is probably pretty exciting for you. Oh, and you're going with the 35th anniversary. Well, that would make sense because you already have the original. Do you plan on getting rid of your original console? Or are you holding on to it? I guess you'll see when you get it in the mail, right? Like, if it meets your expectations, you'll probably decide from there. I didn't see the shock box in white, I only saw the cart in white. Below aggressively average. the new white AES sticks, it would have been awesome if they went to colors the arcade buttons. Oh yeah, that would have looked cool. I might have pulled the trigger on that if they added some colored buttons and fun stuff like that. Big box Phantasmagoria, 20 bucks. A little crushed. Yeah, I think for most people would probably say Chrono Trigger or like Final Fantasy VI or something like that. People really love those stories. I'm not opposed to leaning with Chrono Trigger. Hello, Unpredictable. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of completely white consoles either, Bovin. I'm a very, like, I just really like black and gray and just like boring colors like that. I'm on the fence with the Switch too, like I kind of like the idea that that thing is pretty boring looking. And the colors are kind of hidden. Hello, Mechacon. Yeah, the white will get very dusty, very dusty looking, dirty. Probably very prone to scratching. Gotta be careful with it. Isn't Metal Slug on AES like a $20,000 game, by the way? How can people be upset about a game like that getting reprinted for $80 or $90? I don't understand. Around 30,000. Yeah, a lot of those games were, like, they're thousands of dollars. Samurai Shodown 5, I think, is like 5,000. Even the golf game is like 3 grand. I don't think people understand the magnitude of this AES re-release with the games. Personally, I don't foresee the original print runs of these games being affected. The collectors for that are already so specialized. And those games are already so rare, they don't care. They're still going to collect the originals, believe me. It's really, I think the hardware and the accessories may be affected. Like the consoles themselves, potentially. Maybe. The only thing I think it may affect are the more common games, the ones that are only a few $100s. Right, the ones that are like $5,000, $15,000, those are not going to be affected. The people that are buying those want them because they are original, rare games. But the games that are normally like maybe $200 or $300, like fighting games and stuff like that, I could actually see those coming down. Because those are like the gateway entry games that like the casuals will pretty much buy. But now that they're even more accessible, I can see the prices coming down on the really common stuff. Yeah, I don't think the carts are going to be cheap feeling. We'll see. If they are, that'll be unfortunate. But apparently, like, whoever is handling the insides of, like, I'm not a tech person, but I saw some posts online where people were saying, like, oh, so and so is doing, like, I don't know the technicalities of it, but essentially whoever is handling, like, whoever the console is based off of, like, their work in the past, they've been very well known in the Neo Geo community, I guess, for, like, I wish someone here knows what I'm talking about. But essentially, like, the people that are in charge of it are very noteworthy and trusted by the Neo Geo community. And some people are like, man, I'm going to buy one now that I know that so-and-so is involved with it. So, apparently it's, like, in good hands. It's a pretty cheap, currently, bid for House of the Dead. Has a game ever made me cry? Yep. I have a YouTube video up on that if you want to check it out. A whole video talking about games that made me cry. What the heck is this guy doing? Gonna put on a puppet show first? I love his setup. Dead battery, nice. Like every Saturn out there. Is he gonna play? No, they don't give you enough time. Oh, that's a cool loading screen, I like that. How long is this? A minute and a half. Oh, thank you, Aloha. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. Oh, that's funny. Cat coming to ruin the eBay video. That's good. I like people that take the effort and the time to make a video like that. Not that it really... I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, they go through all that trouble probably for not too much of a reason. Will that convince somebody to bid on it because they saw that? Maybe, I don't know. Oh, thank you. You immediately upgraded it to golden. Thank you very much. Thanks, Aloha. Does this guy do this for everything he sells? Let's see. That's the only thing he's selling. Well, I will link you guys to this House of the Dead. Currently a very good price, but I'm going to read the description since he tells me to read the description. You're saving several $100s at this point on the game. If it doesn't bid up much. The original House of the Dead, as the pics illustrate, everything except the manual is in rough shape. Heavy scratches on the disc. Front of the case is detached. Well, we don't care about that. The manual is a little warped from age use, but still good. As long as it's not water damage. Here's the thing. The game works on my MK80,000 Saturn system. Watch the video. Having said that, I had a return on this from someone whose MK80,000 system A wouldn't read it. That's a very honest seller. I like this guy. We need more eBay sellers like that. Honest description, good photos, a video, the history of the item being returned. And his profile picture is his cat. I'll be able to put in my my Neo Geo pre-order soon. Probably by next week. I don't know what the difference between the A and the non-A version, honestly. One probably printed earlier than the other. Well, the Ultimate Edition probably won't be mass-produced. That's going to be limited. The white one also going to be limited. The regular base version, yeah, that's probably going to be printed for a while. But when it sells out, the question is how long does it take them to reprint it? And if they don't continue to release new games for the AES, I could see it being a one and done. Obviously, the popularity of this thing, I'm hoping, I think everybody is, that they're going to keep releasing new AES games. In which case, they'd have to keep making the console. We'll see, though. Whatever one I can afford at the time. Obviously, the Ultimate is the best deal. Especially for streaming. Thank you, Pepino. Thank you for the membership as well. Also upgrading. Appreciate it very much. Hello, Mad Lion. Thank you as well for your resub. You're addicted to ranked Tekken? Oh, jeez. How are you doing online? You facing all the tryhards, or are you holding your own? Personally, I'd rather my reproduction of Underline just look like a regular Genesis box. I don't need it to be in some fancy cardboard box. Even though that spine does look kind of nice. Looks like it's like a foil spine. But it won't match the rest of my Genesis games. Phantasy Star for the Master System. Pretty cheap right now. Complete. Nice shape. Good manual. It's actually pretty cheap for this. Complete copies, I mean, heck, we've seen the cart going for almost $100, I think, not that long ago. Complete copies are like a couple $100. I'll link you guys this if you're after Phantasy Star. The Mary One console. The Casio Loopy. Flip out complete on Jaguar, pretty cheap. I could see Atari doing something with re-releasing the Jaguar and all the games and stuff, just like Neo Geo is. They seem like the type to do that these days. That's a pretty mint copy of Flip Out. It's one of the better Jaguar games. I used to love this game. Primer Age CD. Well, I don't think they would re-release Jaguar CD. I think they would just, like... Maybe they would just put those games on a cartridge or something. I'm sure they can pull it off these days. It wouldn't be that hard. I don't know. There's got to be a way where you don't have to have the CD player. Jaguar's controller is fine. It's underrated. If you play a game that actually uses all those extra buttons, it's super convenient. $33 games. There's definitely not 33 games in that first photo. That's why you always got to read the titles, do some quick math by looking at the photo, because there's a whole second page of games you don't see. It's actually a pretty good lot. There's a reason it's going for 200 right now. Slightly above average what you typically see for an NES slot. They got some other console lots. Pretty cheap pretty actually good Wii lot. Ends in a day. Manhunt 2, Kirby, Super Mario Galaxy, Resident Evil Remake, Zelda Smash Bros. Galaxy 2, Muramasa, and Obscure. I'll link the seller if any of you want to put that on your watch list. And also, yeah, someone might be interested in the NES lot. No, I didn't think that, Yoshi. Yeah, that's an unusually good Wii lot. It's pretty hard to find good Wii lots. You guys know how that is. I think Rhythm Heaven Fever on Wii will spike because of the new game. Only if the new game actually catches on. If it remains somewhat obscure like all the other Rhythm Heaven games have kind of always been, I don't see it doing too much. But if it for some reason sells way more than they anticipate, yes, it'll affect all Rhythm Heaven games. Because there's one thing you gotta keep in mind right now. Most people that are interested in buying the new Rhythm Heaven, they're already Rhythm Heaven fans, so they already own pretty much all the Rhythm Heaven games, I'm sure. So it's gotta kind of like break out into a bit more of a casual market that weren't previously aware of that series. $25 original Xbox games. Look and read, they said. And they used the @look, so you know it's serious. Thank you, Hyteri. Thank you for the... Oh, is that 60? Thank you, Hyteri, for the 5 years. Congrats. You got yourself the golden face knob. Appreciate your 5 years of support. $150 for this, huh? I don't feel like they're getting some crazy deal here. A little pricey. You've been subscribed since October 2010. That is a long time. Thank you, Pepino. Sadly, some people get unsubscribed to people, so some people lose that streak. Yeah, I didn't look. I only looked. I didn't read, so that seller's mad. I didn't need to read. I didn't think it was that good of a deal. Wow, it's got bids on it. Let's see what we're getting here. Poke Park. A couple GameCube games. Buster Brothers PS1. Japanese Dragon Quest Monsters. And then a couple N64 games. $250. Man. They're definitely getting top premium dollar for this. Not to say all these games don't add up to potentially be that, but still, it just doesn't look like the thing that would be commanding a $250 bid. Yeah, I still have to play the Poke Park games. I'm sure while I'm in my Pokemaniac mood, I'll be tempted to play those sometime. But other Pokemon games to play first. There's a sequel to it, Bovine. there was a second Poke Park. I don't even remember what kind of game it is, to be honest. I think it's like mini games with a sort of like little, I don't want to say life sim kind of thing, but like you hang out with your Pokemon and then play mini games with them, I believe. Yeah, there you go. You're in an amusement park and you play mini games with them. I've always wanted to play it. This game has amazing music, by the way. King Salmon. Such upbeat, catchy songs in this. Don't forget to like the YouTube stream, by the way, if you guys are popping in. Helps us out. Just gets more people into the stream. Lets more people know we're streaming. Thank you, as always, to everybody that remembers to do that. I haven't checked out a single one either, Bovine. Probably. Except it's just, you know... It's probably a little safer than whatnot, I'd assume, with, like, not getting scammed. But I would also assume, too, that the deals may not be as crazy because they don't have as much competition on here. Because I think there's an approval process to get on these live streams. So it's not like Joe Blow down the street can do an eBay live stream. There's that Fire Warrior game that Pardeep, I believe, keeps asking me to buy. I was looking to get a copy of this, but the price has actually gone up on this over the last year or two. This used to be a dirt cheap bargain bin, like you see it in every lot kind of game, but now it's like a $20-$25 game with shipping and everything. So I'm just keeping an eye out. I'm sure I'll see it in a lot sometime with a few other games. And it looked pretty cool. I checked out some gameplay. It looks good. Wish I knew about it sooner. I always knew about it, I just never really looked into it, you know? I've seen it so much over the years. So is Hey You Pikachu, like, playable? Does that mic actually work okay? I never rented that game or nothing. Never played it. Not yet, Guitar. I'll be pre-ordering it soon, once my payments come in towards the end of the month. Then I'll see what one I want to get. Obviously, the Ultimate Bundle is the best deal. But worst comes to worst, I could always just get the base console and just go from there. We'll see. The game's voice pickup is more suited for kids' voice? Oh, jeez. Is it really? Like, has that been tested and proven? So I gotta talk in a high-pitched anime voice? Hello, buckets. We found some good good auctions tonight so far. Better than last week, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I might as well pin it in the chat. Just because I only added this, like, today or yesterday, I believe it was. Let's see if I can grab it. Might as well. My Amazon affiliate link for the Neo Geo stuff. Since there's going to be a lot of discussion about it tonight for sure. Because we're going to also search Neo Geo. Let me just grab it real quick. This just brings you to, like, the main page where everything is. I'll actually pin it on YouTube and Twitch. Let me unpin that. I'll have it pinned. Sadly, when a lot of people, like, ordered it off the website as soon as it went up. I don't think Amazon had it available within the first few hours. They added it later. If I go with the base console and not the Ultimate, I probably will use Amazon just for the Prime shipping. I can't see how to pin this message with Dark Reader on. Can one of my mods just pin that message for me for the whole stream? Like, just put it on whatever the hell the setting is for it doesn't expire on Twitch. I can't see it on my end. There we go. Thank you, Roth. Ooh, a Pokemon binder. I gotta get into the video game section. Oh my god, it sold already? Oh no, it was bidding. Okay, let's see what they got. Pokemon's so obnoxious. Let me just tell you, I was in Walmart for like other reasons not to look for Pokemon cards. Actually, the last time I was in Walmart prior, I didn't even look at the trading card section. I'm just like, I gave up on it. I finally found Pokemon cards in the wild in a Walmart for the first time in about 2 years. For like 2 years, every time I went into a Walmart or Target, I would always go to the trading card section and then like the toy aisle to see if they had cards there. Every single time, wiped out. The only thing they'd ever had for 2+ years was the off-brand stuff, the repackaged stuff, or like the battle decks that nobody wants anyway. They finally had blister packs of Perfect Order or whatever the hell the new set is called, and I didn't buy any. You know why? Because I'm just so... I don't know what the right word would be. I'm like so over it at this point. I wasn't able to, you know, for the first year or so, I would have died to just be able to buy a couple blister packs in a Walmart or a Target just for fun. And then I finally saw them, and they were only like 10 left. I even took a picture. I just left them there for someone else. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to spend $6 on this pack anyway, $6.50, whatever it is, and inside is going to be like 5 cents worth of cards. It's just... I'm just so tired of the struggle with modern Pokemon. It's ridiculous. Impossible to get cards for that stuff now. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. Why would they pay $87? It's got to be like a couple cards in here that people would want. These base set cards wouldn't do it. Maybe that full art up there? Oh, probably this page here. Maybe? Oh, this page. Yeah, okay, I could see why. But those aren't even the English cards. I don't know. Either way, $90 for that. I think Neo Geo Plus will take away business from the Evercade. I don't think so. Because there's still like really good value in the Neo Geo Evercade carts. People that like Evercade are pretty devoted to Evercade. They're going to want to be able to play it. Because don't forget, Evercade isn't just the arcade alpha. Like, people play those on their handheld Evercades. They play them on their little ones they plug into their TV. For a lot of people, Evercade... It's about the value. They'll continue to buy Neo Geo stuff on there. It'll be fine. If anything, I think Neo Geo porting their stuff to Evercade recently may have sparked something inside of them. Like, you know what? There might be an opportunity here for us to do something similar. I'll tell you what I saw. I did a stream last night because I just like spontaneously was like, I need to go see this movie while it's still in IMAX, because pretty soon there's going to be a lot of newer movies coming out that are going to take its IMAX slots. But I went to see Project Hail Mary. That was a great movie. That was really good. I didn't watch a trailer for it. I didn't look up any spoilers for it. I literally just like read the little paragraph synopsis, one sentence, and I'm like, okay, let's just go see this. Because I had really high reviews. I would encourage anybody that hasn't seen that movie and you like sci-fi movies, it's definitely worth going to see in IMAX. Do not watch a trailer. It was way more fun if you actually have no clue what's about to happen in that movie. It was very well made. Nice classic style sci-fi movie. Did they spoil the movie with the trailer? I'm really glad I didn't watch the trailer before going to see it. Yeah, no, yeah. Project Hail Mary definitely had its tissue-ready moments, that's for sure. I haven't read the book. The trailer showed way too much. Yeah, I'll have to look at the trailer now to see what they show. Yeah, that's a good one, the click stage one. Apparently people that have been clicking that link and haven't been using like a bookmark link, it works better for them. Oh, we got our jewelry. You too can buy these bracelets that she found at a thrift store for 50 cents each. You can bid on them on eBay for probably like $70. Costume jewelry. It's actually a pretty good lot if the shipping wasn't ridiculous. Because Shadow the Hedgehog alone is the price of the lot. And then you get Psyops, which is about a $20-$25 game. Rise of Honor's maybe like $10. If you're in Canada, maybe it's worth it. But it's not worth it if you're not from Canada. I have not seen that. Kitaru, no. Is that a streaming movie or something, or is it in theaters? Well, he's got his shoes on. I'm sure we'll see our first bare feet listing at some point. This guy's got his whole, like, little attic room already in the background. Some really old books. Sure, it smells like an old library in that room. I'm telling you, though, Project Hail Mary is a really good movie to see in theaters. It's got some amazing special effects. And it's one of those films that's like specifically filmed for IMAX, so the aspect ratio is actually really good. Sound design is also nice. No, I don't walk around with shoes on. But in the US, a lot of homes will have you take off, take off your shoes. What a messy looking picture. That should be the cover photo. Yeah, that's a messed up problem, Stage 1 boss. They would have fixed that by now. Maybe they really aren't gonna ship it. You might have to use Amazon. That should be resolved by now. Yeah, he's got issues shipping to Washington through the official website. It's a lot of 360 manuals. Do I have a wish list of physical games for the Geo AES Plus? Not really. I just want... Eventually, it would be cool if they could just re-release all the games. Just get the full library out there. I prefer the non-fighting games, which, you know, there's a ton of fighting games on Neo Geo. But I prefer, like, more of the platformers, the beat-em-ups. Any kind of arcadey kind of puzzle game or racing game or something. I know a lot of people are excited for fighting games, but I like all the other stuff. So the thing with Amazon, so if you order from the official website, I do wonder if, like, where it's going to ship from. But with Amazon, it offers Prime shipping, so that means they're probably going to ship an allocation to the US ahead of time. That way, when it releases, they just do Prime shipping and get it to you, like, next day. That would be my guess. I didn't have a memory card for the AES. I only had a few games for it. It was expensive to collect back then. But back when I was collecting for it, you could still get games for under $100 complete. They were just most of the really common stuff. All those games now are several $100s. They haven't said anything to my knowledge about more Neo Geo games, but I mean, come on. They gotta release more, right? They wouldn't go through all of this and then just release 10 games and never again. Like, they've gotta have more planned. They're in it to make money at the end of the day, right? I'd be shocked if they don't release more, especially after the exposure this thing got. I'd be totally down. Maybe like once a month. Once a month, just release one new game, or maybe like every quarter they release a small batch of games. I think that would be really exciting to look forward to, just to see what they come out with. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Sneed. Thanks for that sticker. I don't think the white 35th's just serialized. I think it's just the Ultimate Edition. Could be wrong. They don't mention serialization like they do with the Ultimates and the 35th page. Subscript 9. Thanks, Subscript. Thanks for the membership. My friends with yesterday's 92. I wouldn't say I'm friends, but a long time ago we had him on the Old Gen Gamers podcast. He was a really cool guy. So I've spoke with him before. I got him on the show. I reached out to him. Well, if you get the Ultimate Bundle, it comes with a wireless controller, but other than that, I wouldn't have any reason to. I already have my, I still have my AES controller, because I have the MVS. So I really wouldn't have any reason to buy an extra one after that. Yeah, I'm not sure what episode that is, but I'm sure you'll be able to find it.
You're really nice.
Hey, thanks, Baum. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, as always. What are some good movie license games? I always have such a hard time recalling all the movie license games I played. But one that comes to mind is that Captain America game on 360. I actually did a review on that a long time ago. A very fun combat system. Most of the game is kind of boring from like a visual perspective, but if you like Arkham-style combat, but instead with Captain America-style shield attacks, it's actually really, really good combat in that game. I think the game has gotten a lot pricier these days. As well. Captain America on 360. When the original, one of the older Captain America movies came out, I don't remember the name of it. I think it might have just been for the first movie. Other than that, the Lord of the Rings games, obviously. Everybody loves those Lord of the Rings beat-em-ups. Those are probably always brought up first when it comes to good license games. $10 shipping, $85 to... Yeah, not worth it. Good games in here, though. You just put Polestar for MVS. Yeah, I have Blazing, was it Blazing Star or whatever on MVS? That was a good one. I just want all the shoot-em-ups. Give me all the shoot-em-ups. Mario Brothers uncut toothbrush dentist stickers, a lot of 6. Wow. It's pretty obscure. $200. I think we'll pass on that. But I won't lie, if that was Sonic the Hedgehog brushing a tooth, I'd definitely want it. But not for $200. Not yet, Taco. Yeah, they would give those at dentist's office. If you were good and got your teeth cleaned. What are some other movie license games that you guys enjoyed? I remember liking Where the Wild Things Are on the DS. That was a really unexpectedly good licensed game. That was from Way Forward, by the way. Way Forward did the animation, and that was really, really cool looking DS game. Never watched the movie, but the game was good. A lot of people like that Thor game on DS. I still don't have that. Another Way Forward game. King Kong, the official movie of the game. Oh, that's one of my favorite licensed games, yeah. So that's why I needed you guys to remind me. I always forget licensed games I played. King Kong is a classic. Great game, but also a good adaptation of the movie. Yeah, that Mad Max game, I saw gameplay of that again recently, and it does look good. Nobody really cared about it when it first came out, but I think it's been getting a little bit of renewed attention. Man, 10 years ago. I can't believe that game came out 10 years ago. Yeah, Golem. Yeah, there's my favorite licensed game right there. I definitely need to do another stream of that game. I think I've clicked into that. I think they keep relisting that every week. Nobody's buying them. Another feet picture, but they got socks on. They're dodging us tonight, boy. Wait, they got boots? Oh, this guy got boots on. Alright. 2 people with boots on tonight. Maybe that's the new meta. I don't think we've broken the streak of bare feet on an eBay stream yet. Every week we always find at least one. We'll find them. Am I still collecting Team Eco stuff? I mean, sure, if I saw it and if it was reasonable. A Wander Astrobot plush on Walmart. I'll have to keep an eye out the next time I'm in there. I'll go down the aisle where that might be. I wouldn't mind finding that in person. I know they sell Astrobot stuff at Walmart and Target and stuff. It's too bad they don't have an Eco one. I'm a fan of Legend of Dragoon. I like Legend of Dragoon. It's one of the better PS1 RPGs. Carried heavily by the fact that it's pre-rendered with amazing music. And I've always liked the battle theme in that game. A lot. Transforming into a Dragoon was always fun. Doing the quick time event button presses, fun as well. I still gotta go back to that again now that they patched the PS5 version. This game was broken when it first came out on PS5 for like a month or two. Where you couldn't transform. It would crash the game. Wall-E demo. Wall-E on the PS2 is a good game. That's a fun one. Not all the Wall-E games are the same. PS2 version specifically is fun. Hello, Twitchman. Did I play Legend of a Gaia? I played it a little bit long ago. I don't remember getting into it too much. But I'm gonna be honest, like, if I play any PS1 RPG at this point, I'm sure I would love it way more, even if I didn't care for it back then. PS1 style RPGs... I mean, those are the kind of RPGs I crave to play these days. I'm sure I'd be pretty into Legaia. Especially the second... I've really wanted to play the second Legaia over these last few years. It's just an RPG you never hear anybody talk about on PS2. I want to find out why. Like, why does it never get mentioned anywhere? I know most people don't like it, but it never looked that bad to me. It's like Ephemeral Fantasia. That game criminally slept on. I don't know why people hate on that game so much. It's one of the most ambitious PS2 RPGs, and it was literally the first turn-based RPG to release on PS2. That world map, if you want to call it, like the starting city, is still one of the craziest starting cities in any RPG, especially with the day-night cycle. You just gotta use a guide when you feel lost. If you don't use a guide, it's gonna be a little rough. Ephemeral Fantasia. Yes, I love a nice messy stack of PS2 games that are flipped upside down. Tribes Aerial Assault Hollywood Video Edition. I think that's the first time I've seen the Hollywood video box for that. Sun faded. And somebody tore the sticker off. What a travesty. Tearing off history. No buy without the sticker. Will I be doing more Harvest Moon streams? I will. I think the turnout for Harvest Moon was good enough to do another stream of it. You know, I'll keep streaming Harvest Moon as long as people turn up for the streams. Because that's definitely a monotonous, grindy game, but some people really like the monotony and grindiness of Harvest Moon. But we gotta remember that is a long game. Pretty long. So, if by like the third stream everybody's like, alright, I'm kind of over Harvest Moon, then we move on to something else. But I'll keep streaming as long as there's interest. Oh, I'm definitely going back to Skies of Arcadia. I was listening to the boss music in the gym yesterday. And I'm like, damn, I just really need to clean my GameCube again. And if my GameCube freezes again, then I'll just have to play it on the Wii. It is what it is. I love the boss battle music in Skies of Arcadia. You guys don't know how much I think about that boss theme. I'll just be like doing stuff and I'll just be like, man, it's such a genius boss theme, how it goes back and forth depending on how you're doing in the battle. I left off in a good spot in Skies of Arcadia. Like, it's very easy to jump back in. So it's not going to be an issue. RPG lot for 360. Not terrible. It's pretty much like paying $30 for Lost Odyssey, $10 for the other two. Or if you want to look at it like maybe 20 for Lost Odyssey, 15 each for the others, something like that. It's actually reasonable. I'm going to link it. They're all complete. They all seem to be in nice shape. And I think the price is pretty fair for that. It is the same soundtrack, but the Dreamcast version is better. The GameCube one is a bit compressed and also missing elements of the songs. I'm not going to deny that the Dreamcast soundtrack is way better than the GameCube. But if you're looking for all the content, the GameCube is the one to go with. And also really... It's not even... The load times are so much faster on GameCube. If you play on Dreamcast, it's pretty... You're definitely adding like multiple hours of just loading times to your playthrough. Thank you, Alex. It's been improving, you know, Aloha. Sadly, I just found out today that I had an appointment with my cardiologist, you know, the guy that literally did the life-saving operation. He's like leaving the location that I go to see him at. I don't know where, they didn't give any details, obviously, but it does kind of suck that I'm going to have to get a new cardiologist. But I want to try and find out if he's moving states, like where is he going, like what's going on, you know, because obviously I'd like to keep the surgeon as my cardiologist. So that was a bit of a bummer today. And I have an appointment with him in like 3 weeks, so I'm not going to be able to see him. It's going to be someone different. But I want to see if I can... I'm thinking he got a promotion and he's going like somewhere else, or he's moving, or I have no idea. He's a pretty young guy, he's not retiring. We'll see. But I'll probably do like an update or something in May, because that'll be 1 year. So I'll probably do like a video or something, maybe update. Because I get asked a lot about it, so it would just be best to just do an update. Even just a post somewhere or something, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, I'll be fine, right? But it was kind of nice knowing that the cardiologist you're going to see is the guy that did the operation and not someone that just, like, you know, is a stand-in, you know? Well, we got our first plant tonight. Plants used to be so much more prevalent in eBay listings. You guys have no idea. Well, some of you do. Some of you remember the plant meta. So many sellers used to just have plants in the background. Thank you, B&B. I think 428 should be a scramble on PS4 will be valuable. I'm not sure about the physical of that game. I know the digital goes on sale all the time for like dollars. But I haven't really seen physical prices of that, so I can't really tell you. I'd be cautious collecting anything on the PS4. VGP is always reprinting stuff. Like a week or so ago, they reprinted a game called Cygnus. The day before they reprinted it, they did something diabolical. They legit took a sold listing on eBay where somebody bid on it for $187 or something, and they posted on X with like Google eyes. And I was like, yeah, these bastards are about to reprint that game. And sure enough, the next day they announced a reprint. So if you're collecting on PS4, you got to be really cautious spending a lot of money for rare games, because any moment they could just be reprinted. That's why I don't like collect for those consoles too much in terms of like going and buying an expensive PS4 game, because reprints are still happening like crazy with that. This is an unreleased Atari Jaguar CD game until they re-released it. I think I bought it when it was on sale digitally for a few bucks on PS4. American Hero. Oh yeah, people should be happy for the reprints, but what I'm saying is be very cautious when you're spending $100, $200 on a PS4 game, because they could be reprinted out of nowhere. Like, no warning. It's just, oh, there it is. Now you can get it for 50 bucks. The only one I'm pretty sure will never get a reprint is Godzilla, because Toho, they're notoriously tight with their license. I don't foresee that ever getting re-released. I'd be shocked. Is that a foot? That's a hand. I don't know how their foot would get on top of the game like that. Just be cautious with Jak and Daxter on PS4 Aloha, because I recently streamed the PS5 version, and I did a bit of like a deep dive into what version's best. Those PS4 versions have a lot of problems. If you're looking for like the quote-unquote more accurate best version, you're better off with the PS3 version or the original PS2 version. There's a ton of videos on YouTube that kind of go over the visual differences and stuff, but the main problem is the directional controls on PS4. On the PS2, it's like, what is it, 32 directions or something Jak can move in, but on the PS4 and PS5, it's only 8 directions. So it actually made some of the platforming in the game really frustrating, because you couldn't hit certain angles you were trying to get. Yeah, it affected me in my playthrough. There were many times where I tried to do like a rolling jump or something, but I hit one of the wrong directions. Not like me hitting the wrong direction, but the game decided, okay, instead of him going at this angle, we're going to interpret that joystick movement as a different angle, and then you just go shooting in the wrong direction, and then you die. So it was a bit of a pain. Mixed video game law, including Sony and Nintendo consoles and games. They look really good, though. There are differences, too, in some of the geometry in the newer releases, like the trees especially, are not as detailed as they should be. But for the most part, the game looks really good in 60 frames with the updated graphics. But if gameplay is more important to you, you want an older version. Anybody need some plastic pink beads necklace? Oh, they hit it. It's off camera. The rock people are back tomorrow. If anybody needs some pet rocks. Mineral rocks. What game is that? Ah, they spoiled it. I was gonna try and guess. Let's see, Mortal Kombat. Blitz. Okay, so that was Blitz. I don't think I would have... Oh, actually, I would have... Yeah, if I would have zoomed in, I would have saw it. That would have been too easy. When I did Fortnite for April Fool's, how much did I consider Roblox? Nah, I'm not going down the rabbit hole of Roblox. That's just... Personally, playing Roblox is just a little creepy to me. Because you know that 90+% of the people playing that are kids. And then the other 10% of the predators. So it's like, yeah, I don't think I'm touching Roblox. Yeah, maybe next April Fool's. Nah, I don't know about that one. A lot of controversy with Roblox. Baffles me that Twitch is sponsored by them. Like they have a deal with Roblox. That's just, I don't know. Especially because most of the kids that play Roblox are underage, and if you're underage, you're not supposed to use Twitch. It's just like, I don't know, some conflict of interest there. What do I think the chances of AS Plus being vaporware? Oh, there's no chance. No, not a chance. That thing's coming out. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, when I was talking about that for real fan, the image in my mind was him with the giant Roblox chain on. I don't know if I'm sure you've seen that picture. Just change up the search. I think this, yeah, this Game Boy Color lot has been posted on here for like a month now. No games, just the boxes of manuals. Oh, we gotta do the filters for this one. Brain rot, Fortnite, Diablo, Roblox. The problem is they don't use these things in their titles, so they dodge what I'm trying to filter out. What else am I forgetting? Digital, even though they don't even use that. Well, we took out 10,000 listings. See, this is what I mean. Like, how am I supposed to predict... Wait, Fortnite? Oh, they used a 1. Man, these sneaky bastards. Seriously? They're using elite speech now to get around this? Alright, what else? Oh, WADA. Rated. We don't want any of that crap. It's still there. Right? How do I predict Crossantini et Caffatino? Like, you can't filter that out. Unless secret. Maybe secret is a word that they typically use. We'll keep an eye out. Did I spell it wrong? Fort. Oh, they spelt it Fortnite? Oh my god. F-O-R-N. 1 T. And they are sneaky. Did I only just filter out probably like 3 listings? Yes, but it was worth it. Oh, look at this backpack. We've seen this before. I think it's a cool backpack. Look at that. You would have been the coolest kid in school with this thing. You know how rare it is to see Link and artwork like that next to Mario? This is actually highly unusual. This is extremely unique Link artwork. Official. Not something you see every day. Insanely rare. Nintendo Game Boy plastic store display. Plays all Game Boy games. You know, one of the most asked about things in my collection that I've been asked about, the probably top 10 for sure over the years. Like, what is that? Where is it from? The yellow Game Boy Color. I don't even know where I got it right now. Actually, I have no idea where it went. But the yellow Game Boy Color case. But I used to like obscure the handle so it looked like this. This is essentially what I was trying to emulate for a fraction of the price. It was just a giant yellow, like 3-dimensional case that you would open up to put your Game Boy Color and games in there. But if you put it on a shelf, it looked like a promo Game Boy Color like this. Sometimes you just gotta think a little outside the box. Especially back then when there weren't as many promo items as there are now. It's like a foot tall. Yeah, licensed. Oh, that one there that we passed? Well, that was in... Yeah, mine was licensed, the yellow Game Boy Color thing. It was an official case. They were dirt cheap. I mean, they're not expensive. I don't know about now, though. This is how big that thing is. Oh, those I believe are about 2.5 feet. They're pretty big. Like maybe 3 feet. It's the kind of thing that would hang from the ceiling. That's why the back had a decal. So when it spins, you see the back of it. I just need to remind people that there was a time when reproduction signs didn't exist, so things like this were way more tempting back then than they are now, because now so many people just have... There's repro signs all over eBay, and a lot of people are just fine with the repro signs. But way back in the day, I mean, people were not making reproduction light-up signs or any kind of display signs. Everything was original. So if you found a sign, it was always the original store display. Personally, with me, I don't care what people put in their game room. If it makes you happy, if it looks cool, if it's a cool accent, go for it. I really try to avoid reproductions, 3D printed, like anything like that, because to me, if I'm going to put a promo item in my collection, it takes up valuable space and room. But I treat them as artifacts of the history of wherever that sign came from. So I don't want to clutter my game room with unofficial reproductions and stuff, because they're dime a dozen, tons of them out there, nice and cheap. Once again, no problem if people have them in their game room. If anything, they're cool accent pieces. But if I add something like that to my game room, it has to be original. Because that's how I've always viewed... I guess because I've been collecting them for so long, I have a different view of them. Because all the ones I bought over the years are Yeah, each thing that I buy feels extremely unique, almost one of a kind in some cases. And I just kind of prefer to have something that is nearly one of a kind and means something to me in my collection than like a $20 repro you can get on eBay. It loses some of what makes it special. Manhunt 2 is getting pretty expensive on the PS2. Getting up there. What do you do in Rain Wonder Trip? Yeah, this looks like a wacky game. Probably unplayable though if you don't know Japanese. I'm so jealous that we never got this in the US. Some people may still be unaware that they actually released Eye of Judgment on the PSP. But not in the US. I believe it was just like PAL, Japan. This is the Japanese version. And you were able to play online and everything. And you didn't even have to use physical cards. It was just the game, purely digital. Now, I don't know about this version. Legends might actually have some kind of single-player content to it, because Eye of Judgment on PS3, if you buy that now, there's no single-player content. Just be warned if any of you were like, oh, let's check out that Eye of Judgment game that everybody loved. You legit cannot play the game. Like, you can play it, you do a single tutorial battle, and then that is it. There's no single-player content. It's just an online game. So keep that in mind. Casual the car, yeah. So if you're able to play Legends, that's the way to go. You don't gotta fuss around with the physical cards. Single player content. It's a great game. It's actually a very fun card game. Even if it's just the gameplay, no physical cards. PS5 Pro 30th anniversary. That ain't a Pro poster, is it? That's just the PS1 poster. Or did they... Oh, they gave you that poster with the anniversary edition? And they want $200 for that? My goodness. Someone else wants $300. Oriental Blue. I need to play a translation of this someday. Get a repro or something. Heard very good things about Oriental Blue. Terrible screenshot there, wow. Blurry. One of the most beautiful looking Game Boy Advance RPGs. Oh, there it is. I haven't seen this in so long. So a long time ago, I did a Secret Santa for Digital Press. You know, we're talking over 20 years ago at this point. And the person that I got actually had this game on like their wish list. And I went out of my way to freaking import this from Yahoo Japan Auctions. And you gotta remember, back then, importing a game from Yahoo Japan Auctions was an ordeal. It's not as easy as it is now, where you just like click a button and it's like, okay, we'll have it shipped to you in no time with like your middleman service. Back then you had to use, there was only like one website you could do it through. I was using Shopping Mall Japan. You had to deposit money ahead of time on the website, and then you had to like fill out a form and tell them ahead of time to like bid on an item or buy it now on an item, and then you'd have to wait for someone that worked for the website to like log on and buy it for you with their account. And then it would be shipped to their warehouse in Japan, and then you'd have to like request for it to be shipped to you, and you pay all these fees. And then they ship it. It just took forever. But I went out of my way to get this game for somebody on Digital Press. At the time, it wasn't a $120 game. It was maybe like 30 bucks or something. And then what I did was I wrapped it and I put it inside of an empty Genesis clamshell. And then I put on the clamshell like some stupid sports. Like I took a black magic marker with a piece of paper and I just wrote like Madden or like NHL or something. And they said that, because I sent them a couple other things, they said when they got it in the mail, they almost didn't even bother opening it because they legit thought it was just like a sports game with no cover. That's not exciting, right? Like, who would even bother opening that? But I hid this game inside of it. They're just fun things I think of. This is the first time I've seen this in like 20 years. Forgot all about this. And then that year for Secret Santa is what kickstarted my N-Gage obsession, because somebody sent me Tomb Raider on N-Gage. Was it Tomb Raider? Yeah, it was Tomb Raider. Where's the Pandemonium? No, it was Tomb Raider. And I didn't have an N-Gage yet, but I fell in love with the case. It was so small and cute. I'm like, that's it. I've got to collect for N-Gage. This case is amazing. Like, I'd seen the cases in person before, but I never actually, like, held and owned one. But once you get it in your hands, you're like, ooh, man. It's time to collect N-Gage. My Secret Santa, I don't remember everything they sent me, but like it was, people on Digital Press were pretty generous with Secret Santa. I did Secret Santas with them for a few years. It was fun. But yeah, usually whoever I got, they would get the better end of the deal, because I was always pretty generous with Secret Santa stuff. Oh, people used to send stuff all the time with Secret Santas. It was pretty innocent back then. It's not like it would be now. Back then, it was just a bunch of collectors. But like, there was a middleman thing, right? So I think like someone else would handle the shipping addresses for years. I don't remember how they did it. But yeah, nothing. People like never got ripped off back then or nothing. The old school Secret Santa events with retro game collectors. Alright, said we were going to look up Neo Geo. Let's see. Let's see if anybody's listing stuff. Let's put all. Graded Neo Geo games. Of course. So 15 years ago, like a Japanese copy of Samurai Spirits, this would have been like a $30 game, just to kind of help put it into perspective for you. Like maybe even 20, because even the US copy was cheap. The Japanese copy would have been even cheaper. Look, oh look, somebody's selling a cart of Polestar. Wow. And it's a reproduction. I can't imagine why they'd suddenly list this for $700. Huh. So it begins. And then you know what's going to happen. Somebody else is going to put their cart of Polestar and they're going to undercut for $650. Thank you, Tungo. And then someone else listed for $600. Oh wow, somebody listed Magician Lord? Surely not another one of the AES Plus launch games. I feel like Viewpoint would be one of the early contenders to get released as well. think that would be one of the earlier ones to come out. There it is. This is probably like one of the cheapest AES games you can buy right here. Pretty much if you had an... I had this game. If you had an AES, Samurai Showdown was pretty much... Samurai Spirits was like... That was the game you had. If you had at least one game. Oh, wow. An AES console for $1,000. Shocking. Oh, there's a pre-order for you. The best part is it's still available to pre-order right now. I think they're just like doing this ahead of time, so when it sells out, they're ready to go. They're ready with that scalper price. Here's one of my AES games here. I had Blues Journey. This is a sealed, graded copy. But if it's not sealed and graded, it's still a few $100s. See if people are buying. Well, you know what? There might actually be quite a bit of people buying on here, because some people, you know, they're going to get the console, but they may still have an interest in buying original AES cards. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see especially the cheaper stuff, potentially selling. Because who knows? It could be years before some of these games get an AES Plus port. So some people might just kind of be excited to bulk up their collection in anticipation of this thing. There's somebody that listed they listed their AES with controller real quick. $500. 800. With the box, 1200. 600. You know the funniest part though is the console is like the least of your worries. It really was the games that were the problem. Oh, I would love to see an official Nightmare in the Dark port. Because this was MVS only, if I recall. So if they make an official version of Nightmare in the Dark, that would be awesome. I've always wanted to try this. To buy a hentai. I'll pass on that one, Goonbird. But your name checks out though. Hello, Big Boss. Nightmare in the Dark is your favorite Neo Geo game? Yeah, I've always wanted to play it. It looks really good. A lot of King of Fighters games. I'm less interested in those. Like, I'll play them. Look, here's one of the launch games. $900. Someone bought it. $900. You're getting this on launch. And that's one of the cheaper ones. Some of the other games are way more than that. If you weren't here at the start of the stream, we were discussing how Metal Slug on the AES is a like $20,000 to $30,000 game. And that's not a joke. Let's actually sort it by. Let's see if anybody's actually bought any of those. Metal Slug X, $9,000. Metal Slug 5. And these are real sale prices. Or like, don't assume these are fake. This is Neo Geo. The thing is, most of the really, really expensive games don't sell on eBay. They sell probably like off eBay because of the fees. The Neo Geo collectors kind of like band together off sites like this to buy and sell. Oh look, Polestar. Wow. April 3rd. I wonder what that person's thinking right now. Imagine spending $3,700. But then again, if you're spending $3,700, are you really gonna care about like a re-release of it? I think someone that's spending that much cares enough about the original version. Seriously, I don't think they're gonna be too hurt about that. Waku Waku 7. That's one I hope they bring over. I always wanted to play this. Now this, I don't typically play fighting games, but this one, I'd be interested in. I know this is on, didn't they port this on, I think it's on a compilation on PS2, like a Japan compilation. I'm pretty sure. But still, this looks like the kind of fighting game I'd play. Not for $1,800. That's your priciest AES game. Marta Melee. Yeah, I remember looking at this one in the past. Another fighting game. There's a fighting game on there too called like something. Ragnagard or something. That has really interesting like pre-rendered graphics. Imagine spending $1,700 on a soccer game. That's Neo Geo for you. What games are coming on launch? If you click the link that I have pinned on Twitch or YouTube, it'll bring you to the Amazon page that'll show you all the launch games. Oh damn, someone bought that one for $1,500, English version. Yeah, someone mentioned it earlier, MRW. Yeah, I would, if you're not getting the Ultimate Edition, I would definitely lean towards Amazon for the Prime shipping and just like, you know, the clean, worry-free order process, because you don't know what shenanigans might come up from the official site. Yeah, here it is, Ragnagard, I was right. Yeah, this one, this is another one I hope they port, or re-release, rather. I always like the graphics in this game. It's not supposed to be that good of a fighting game from what I understand. MVS Vortex console. It is a pretty cool shelf for that. Oh, Last Resort. Damn, that's another one. I have that on Neo Geo CD. Man, looking at all these prices just makes me so much more excited for this freaking AES Plus, I'm not gonna lie. Because this is just a world of collecting where it's like, almost everybody is just priced out of this, right? So just the idea that we can own official versions of these, re-release or not, affordably, is just kind of exciting. And you know the homebrew people that are releasing like homebrew games and stuff are very excited right now because there's going to be a whole new group of people to buy their games. I really hope that the Neo Geo homebrew scene sees a huge resurgence because of this. I'm excited for it. Apparently, the people that are in the know with the Neo Geo scene are saying that whoever is handling like the internals of the Neo Geo are like masters in their field, and a lot of people are actually pre-ordering it because of who they found out is like working on it. So it's like based. I wish I knew like the technical side to better explain it, but people are just straight up pre-ordering it based off of learning who's responsible for it. Not like the company themselves, right? But like the people that company, I guess, worked with or hired to help make the innards. Because their work in the past with Neo Geo has been highly praised. Oh, there's Maniacal. Curious what Old and Maniacal thinks about the Neo Geo AES Plus. It's been a topic of the night. Thank you, Husky. Thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, give me Viewpoint, please. I love Viewpoint. Just love the fake 3D effect in that. You got an Anniversary Edition and Ultimate Edition pre-ordered, so there you go. A new Maniacal would go extra Maniacal for that thing. Yeah, we're just talking about how excited most of us are for this thing. Just kind of looking through what people are buying on AES right now. It's showing us what we have to look forward to. Look, oh my god, this person might be a little pissed. So this here is a reproduction. Shock Troopers 1 apparently never released on the AES. So this is a repro on the AES. Now they accepted a best offer, but let's just assume like 550, 600. That person now would be able to buy this for 90 bucks. Official version too, not a repro. So I think the people that are mad are going to be the people that bought reproductions for hundreds of dollars. Those people are probably going to be kind of pissed. If you have the original carts, I still think most of those they're all gonna, they'll be fine, right? Like they're super rare for a reason and expensive. But the reproduction market, that's a different story. Because now there's official versions that are essentially what the repros are, but probably much better quality. We'll hope, we'll assume when they come out. Did I see the Polymega getting defensive online? Neo Geo stealing their thunder by announcing AES Plus a day before the Poly. Yeah, no one's heard of Polymega Remix. What the heck is that thing? Were they actually getting mad? Something tells me that the Neo Geo people may have known, right? Announcing it a day before to steal the thunder. Something tells me they may have had some inside information. Yeah, someone else was having a problem with shipping to Washington. What people are pretty much doing is they're just going to pre-order through Amazon if that shipping isn't resolved soon. Another 650 Polestar. That's such a weird thing to not ship to certain states. No, it's not just you. It's apparently not shipping to Washington. And a few other states. So anybody that posts an opinion on the Polymega remix. So if I made a YouTube video on the Polymega remix, they'll reply to me. That's like a Tommy Tallarico kind of move. I mean, they should take it a step further. When I made that video talking about the Amico, like I made a video talking about consoles that I planned on getting around the time when, like, you know, Switch 2 was just getting announced or whatever. I made a video that just mentioned the Amico. And I had some good things to say about it, some bad things to say about it. Tommy Tallarico messages me on Twitter and invites me, like, to fly out to demo it. Wherever the heck it was. I don't remember where, but I wasn't going to go all the way out there for the Amico. I kind of wish I did now, though, because, man, it would have been... Imagine me making a video on the Amico. Man. Like, actually playing it, that would have been... I wish. I kind of wish. Soccer Brawl. This looks cool. It's like an anime game. Yeah. Can't really zoom in on it. I don't remember seeing AES or MVS games in Japan. I mean, I'm sure I passed by them, but I don't think it was something... Those are too bulky to try and bring back. Too big. Oh, man, I hope we get Cross Swords, too. An AES port of Cross Swords, too, would be awesome. Cross Swords was another... Did I have Cross Swords? No, I only had Cross Swords 2. I don't think I had the first one. Oh, if it was local, if I wouldn't have had to fly... Like, it was very short notice, too. I think it was, like, an event that was happening in a few days or something. If it was within driving distance, I probably would have went. But I'm not flying across the country to demo the Amico for who knows how long. That would have been ridiculous. Oh, look, Cross Swords 2. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Someone paid $500 for a reproduction. Best offer accepted. A reproduction of a Neo Geo CD game that we are very likely probably going to get on the Neo Geo AES Plus for now $90. So that's the stuff I'm excited for. The games that never had an official release on this console. Yeah, the repro market is in shambles right now. They're worried. No turn-based RP... Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Since they've already shown their cards that they're willing to put Neo Geo CD games on the AES, because they're taking Neo Geo CD content for that that golf game, Neo Turf Masters, and they're putting it in the AES cart, they might actually make an AES version of the freaking Samurai Showdown RPG. Oh my goodness. Of course... They would have to translate it to English. Could you imagine if they made an official English translation of the Samurai Showdown RPG for AES? I didn't even think about that. Because that is the only turn-based RPG that we would be able to get on this thing. And it's a really cool looking game. There's another Shock Troopers 1 repro for $400. Now available for $90 in official capacity. It's exciting. Let's see what the cheapest things are down here. So this is pretty much bottom of the barrel here. So if you're getting into AES, these are pretty much going to be the cheapest things you can buy right here. Most of which are going to be King of Fighters games and Samurai Showdown. Samurai Spirits. Yeah, at this point you're pretty much only going to see these few games over and over. $100 is pretty much the bare minimum you're going to pay for an AES game. But now you'll be able to get more games that are not just fighting games for cheap. Yeah, some new Neo Geo games will be cool. I don't think we're going to get new ones. But I do think we're going to see some surprising releases that are maybe enhanced in some way. Or maybe potentially like I don't think they do a compilation. But you never know. What if they release like a surprise new Samurai Showdown? I don't think the development costs would allow them to do that though. But maybe like a remix version where they add in an extra character or like a bonus stage or just something small. Not like a full-on new game, but I could see them adding like an extra little something in there. Anyway, let's do affiliate. This is between April 5th and April 11th. Everybody that used my affiliate link, hopefully your stuff will show up here. It's another short one. Starting with PC Engine Double Dragon 2 for the Super CD-ROM. 107 bucks. Something tells me that might be a ChemDream purchase, maybe. ChemDream loves picking up his PC Engine stuff. Cool cover. Very detailed. Is there anything specific about the PC Engine CD version over others? Like, does it have different music or anything unique that you're aware of? Cutscenes or anything? A Clockwork Orange Ultra HD. It's been a bit since I've seen that movie. The cutscenes. They added cutscenes. That's pretty neat. Vintage C-Lab 2021 hat, baseball cap, Happy Cakes Rare Adult Swim, $85. Wow, this better be a cool hat. I have no idea what that is. Oh, C-Lab 2021. I never used to watch shows like that. That type of humor didn't land for me. I never watched those kind of Adult Swim shows. A little bit of a stain on there, but that's okay. It adds some authenticity to it. Revolutionary Girl Utena Art Collection. The whole picture of Rose's art book. This should be safe, right? I'll screen it, you never know. Sounds very familiar. These art books, boy. Catch you off guard sometimes. Okay, yeah, that's fine, I think. Yeah. That's all you get. That's the only preview they give you. The inside of the cover. Nothing more. You buy that book. You buy to see. 15 bucks. Oh, apparently they didn't show me the one that was bought. Because this one was 15. Akira Storyboard Collection 2. Oh, okay. See, now we're talking. You know, that must be really fun to like watch Akira and then have this next to you and kind of like go through the pages as you watch it unfold. Pretty neat. It's like you could pretty much watch the movie in flipbook form. Robot Carnival Anime 4K Blu-ray Collector's Edition slipcover. Nine animators, one vision. Never heard of this. A futuristic Fantasia. That grabs my attention. So what is it, 9 different shorts? Are they all animated from people in Japan? Looks like it. It's kind of cool. Never heard of that. Is there a place to stream this? Is there a place that streams this, or do you have to buy it? Look forward to seeing what you bought, Coolio. Hopefully they show up next time. Oh, that was from the 90s, Robot Carnival? So that makes me even more interested in it. Pokemon Ranger DS only. I mean, DS only. Cart only. Oh, it is DS only. Cart only for the DS. Yeah, hand-drawn animation. That makes me very interested in it. 80s. Damn, how have I never seen that before? I definitely want to try and seek that out. Watch it. Segment was shown on MTV's Liquid Television. Oh, is that the one with the... where they're like... transferring the bomb through a French kiss on the train? Or was that Aeon Flux? But still, that kind of animation back then was crazy. I want to see more anime like that. Wii U Fit Meter brand new factory sealed. Someone's getting fit. An extension cable for the Sega Saturn controller. Dragonia Interactive DVD visual novel. Let's see what the heck that is. Come on. What does that say? Bonus DVD included. Lovely Anime Girls digital art book. Okay, now we see why I bought it. Ages 15 plus. 100 gorgeous pinups, 16 wallpapers, and 10 screensavers for Windows. Victini Jumbo Card Grade 10 Pristine Population 8. Shoot an offer. Let's see if they shot an offer. I love that somebody is buying CGC Pristines, which I think are just so much more cooler looking than PSA cards. Oh, it's in one of the jumbo card holders. Yeah. CGC does a weird jumbo card thing though. It's like a sheet of... it's like laminated. It's kind of odd. Well, it looks like you chose a good time to buy it because they're now asking $150 instead of $110. 19 Pokemon games on DS. That does not surprise me. Naruto Rise of a Ninja for 360. Oh, somebody bought it because I was talking about it like 2 weeks ago. I don't know if they bought it because of that, but I always recommend that game. It's a great game. I hope you enjoy it. And The Walking Dead Survival Instinct 2013. I still gotta play that. That's the one with Daryl on the cover, right? I heard really bad things about that. Sterile and Ridley. Yeah, I remember the cover for that one. See it all the time. If it's terrible, I'll play it. Because the last I played that Destiny's Walking Dead game, and that was so bad it was good. I like those kind of games. All right, so purchase of the week. Like I said, it was a little bit of a short one. Let's see what we got here. The Oculus Storyboard collection was pretty neat. Do we give it to the Dragonia for the hidden pinups? No, I think we give it to the Robot Carnival person because they just showed me something that I had no idea existed. So thank you for buying that. And thank you to everybody else that used the affiliate link. Once again, if you want your stuff to potentially show up on here if it tracks correctly, as long as you're doing it on your PC, clicking the link, try not to use a bookmark, unless the bookmark's been working for you, but if the bookmark doesn't work for you, you gotta make sure you click the affiliate link. The link is always in my YouTube video and stream descriptions, and it's on my Twitch channel in the About section, if you want to take a shot. Support the stream and have your stuff show up here in real time, and we may look at it and ridicule you for what you bought. Or admire what you bought. It's all anonymous, by the way. We have no idea who bought what. Just a heads up. No, it was probably someone that was buying it for family member or something, or who knows. It's just like a party favorite kind of thing, but they never revealed themselves. Yeah, it's anonymous until we figure out who buys what. That's why some people are just quiet, because they don't want us catching on. Some people tell us what they buy, and then we figure out your buying patterns, and then we figure out who's buying what. You know, we kind of get a gist for who likes what. Some people just never say. They're like, you know what? We're just gonna have fun being anonymous. I think Sega and Nintendo could release old... Nintendo will definitely never do it. There's not a chance in hell. Nintendo wants you to keep paying for Nintendo Switch Online to rent the games and never own them. That way they're in control. If they ever want to remove it from the service and then force you to rebuy it digitally or something, or physically down the line, they can. They will never give you the power to just like straight up buy something like a newly printed Super Nintendo or something. Sega, I can see getting on the bandwagon of doing something like what Neo Geo did. I could see them taking the risk. Yeah, mini consoles are different though, because they don't want to allow you to use the collection that you have already, kind of thing. You know, if they were to release a brand new Super Nintendo or something, they want to be in control of what you play on the console. The mini consoles were a huge hit for them. It actually makes you wonder why they didn't release like more versions of those or expansion packs or something where you can buy like an expansion of games for it. Because those things made them a ton of money. It just shows you the power of if they reissued their consoles and then reissued the games. Could you imagine how much money they would make if they released a physical version of Earthbound? With a strategy guide and like some scratch-off smelly stickers or something. They'd make so much money. I think these companies are really underestimating the nostalgia of what they're doing with Neo Geo right now. Right? Look at how much attention Neo Geo is getting, and that's super obscure. Some people don't even know what the heck a Neo Geo is. Imagine if they released any of their consoles and then they reissued those games. Right? Of course the price would matter a lot, but let's just say that they re-released the N64 again, and then you can buy an official cartridge of like Mario 64 and Pilot Wings again for launch. Maybe charge $40. Maybe it doesn't even have to be 1-to-1, right? Like maybe the carts are a little smaller, maybe it handles things a little bit differently. But just imagine. I feel like but all these companies, they want to move toward digital only. They don't want to be taking risks with physical games like that anymore. That's why we really got to support this Neo Geo thing. If you like game preservation and physical games, this is a really interesting opportunity. And if you prefer to, not do the emulated route, there's nothing wrong with the people that want to emulate it, is what it is. Just like we don't think much about people that emulate, they shouldn't think much about people that want to own the games physically. That's the way I look at it. It's an interesting thought. The only reason they made the Nintendo Mini was to renew copyrights or trademarks so they could take down ROM sites. Yeah, it's actually not a bad analysis of it. Knowing Nintendo, they got top lawyers, boy. They probably said, "Listen, all you got to do is just like re-release this Nintendo thing, and we can take them all down." Oh my god! Imagine if they re-released. Of course, we have the analog and everything, but still, just think for a second, from like a casual standpoint. If Nintendo re-released a Game Boy Color, and then made little tiny mini boxes, and re-released all the Pokemon games, Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal, or if they went up to Game Boy Advance, they can do the Game Boy Advance games too. And that's it, they just released like little, just a small, super small Pokemon Game Boy with a physical cart you can put in. Or maybe they branch out in the first party Nintendo stuff, not just Pokemon, right? Like first party games. I don't know, I just think there's so much opportunity there for stuff like that. Yeah, the jukebox thing, that's what got me thinking about it. What they did with that Game Boy jukebox. Imagine if they did that with games. Imagine if instead of releasing Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red digitally on the Switch shop, they instead reissued them. Of course, physically as a Switch game would have been cool, but imagine if they reissued them as a legit Game Boy Advance game. Like, just reprinted it as some, like, limited edition or, like... Come on. You know that would have sold like crazy. Well, it would have been bought by the scalpers. That's the problem. And then we'd all have to pay $500 to get a copy. But still. The heck is this song right now? Well, either way, That's why I really want this Neo Geo thing to succeed. Maybe not everybody agrees with like the $90 or $80 price for each individual game. But this could be the stepping stone to get other companies to pay attention. I'm looking at Sega right now. Sega feels most likely to be the next one. What about the Evercade? Evercade's not doing, you know, what a re-release of Genesis games or something would do. Evercade is very specific. It's very random. It's cool. At the end of the day, it's emulation. You're just owning a physical cart of emulated games. But Evercade, like, it's very niche, right? Like they come out with cool little compilations, but that's not a stand-in for actual physical re-releases of consoles with re-releases of games. It's actually not bad price for Spawn. This game is... I thought this game was over $100 at this point. I swear it was. Yeah, here's someone that wants 120. This actually might not be a bad price. Case may have wear. Yeah, it's a good price. It's one of the few Dreamcast games left that I still would like, but I'll link this for anybody that may want Spawn. It's a good asking price here. They got a bunch of other Dreamcast games. It's like an arena fighter, by the way. It's the best way to describe it. Sort of like Power Stone-esque. Not like that crazy arcadey, but it's like an open arena. You fight with items and stuff, I believe. Much more interesting levels and arenas. You can go into buildings and rooms. Yeah. Yeah, I want to try and get a copy of that game for myself one day. If I get back in the Dreamcast. I'm not going to get it, like, when I'm not streaming Dreamcast, but if I ever get ready to get back in the streaming Dreamcast, that would be one of the ones I look for. Remember this being a very overprinted, cheap DS RPG. Anybody ever play Shuffle? I mean, a Away Shuffle Dungeon? I don't know what I think of this game. Terrible box art. I think I avoided it back in the day because I just hated that character design. Damn, this game's getting pricey. I've been noticing some of these cartoon-esque platformers on PS2 are getting, and I'm sure on the other platforms as well, but between this and Ed, Edd and Eddy and, what's the other one? There's like another one, but like this era of cartoony, some cel-shaded 3D platformers are getting expensive. $60 for this. I never watched these cartoons. I was kind of too old for them, but I'll still play them. I don't care if the graphics are cool. Is this a platformer or is this a fighting game? 45 missions, okay. I don't need to know the source material as long as it looks cool. It's a fighting game. Okay, so it's a fighting game with missions. I always wanted to try this Monster Rancher. This is a game that never gets spoken of. Now, this is not your typical Monster Rancher game, for those of you that are unaware. This is like a traditional RPG, turn-based RPG. It's not how Monster Rancher games typically are, with like the, you know, just all you're doing is raising a monster and then battling it. It's a bit more of a traditional RPG. Oogie's Revenge. I played Oogie Boogie's Revenge long ago. I don't think I would ever play that again anytime soon. It was okay. The music just drove me crazy. It would have actually been a pretty cool game if they didn't play This Is Halloween with the lyrics non-stop the entire game. Made me start to hate the song. Shuffle Dungeon is made by Mistwalker and Artune. I kind of remember people on YouTube talking about it back in the day, and I think the people that played it generally enjoyed it. This is the horse racing game that I streamed. Gallop Racer. It actually wasn't a bad game. It's also one of the priciest horse racing games on PS2. It's actually kind of uncommon, that's why. It's considered a good horse racing game, but it's also uncommon. What is the most interesting RPG Maker game on PS2 I'd play? Well, there's RPG Maker 3 and 2 and 3. Which I would actually really like to try one of those. But not until... I've been wanting, like, I'm feeling the itch to get back into RPG Maker. But I can't play RPG Maker 2 or 3 until I've finished or come very close to finishing my RPG Maker game. The only problem is... Ooh, actually I can't get back on the RPG Maker right now. Because that uses my PS5, and the weather right now would not take well to having my PS5 turned on constantly with the PlayStation Portal. Because that thing is like a heater. So until I get my air conditioner in, which the way I procrastinate that, who knows when that'll be. Yeah. PS5 streams will be pretty uncommon, let's just say, going forward for a bit. But I would love to make a game in RPG Maker 2 or 3. I'd have to look into which one might be the better one to start with. And what I would do is I would make the game, and then I would buy a bunch of PS2 memory cards. And then I would just, like, sell the memory cards cheap. Like, you know, nothing crazy. I would put my game onto the memory cards, and I would sign them, like, number 1 of 20 or 1 of 30, however many I make, and then sell the memory cards. So you guys can play my RPG Maker game on PS2. I think that could be fun. There's nothing wrong with my PS5, it's just that thing... It gets very hot. Yeah, I mean, it's like a heater. So in the spring, and especially the summer, I just don't like having it on. Unless I have my air conditioner on full blast. Because let's just say that I did like some RPG Maker an hour or two before I started streaming or something, just like on my portal, and then I streamed. It would be pretty hot, pretty warm. That's why I really wish I bought RPG Maker with on the Switch, especially now with the Switch 2. Because at least that wouldn't be scolding. No, because with the portal, you pretty much have to have that thing on full blast. Because the portal is just mirroring what's on your TV to your console. It's not like you can play it in an idle mode when you're playing on the portal. It's a launch PS5. I'd pick up anything on Neo Geo. You know, I'm gonna see what I can do. As long as I can afford the Ultimate Edition, that's the one I'd pre-order. The sports games on Neo Geo are pretty awesome. I wouldn't discriminate against any of those freaking sports games. I'd play all of them. Soccer, baseball, golf, whatever. Neo Geo is just different when it comes to sports. Bloody Roar 3 is getting up there. Someone wants $65 for it. Also known as one of the best PS2 fighting games. Oh, how are you guys enjoying Tomodachi Life, by the way, for those of you that are playing it? I haven't heard anybody talking about it, at least on my streams. But hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Hopefully it was worth the wait. Yeah, if I do the ultimate bundle thing for Neo Geo, definitely going to be very light on picking up new releases for the foreseeable future, but I think it'll be a worthy sacrifice. Punisher getting very expensive. This has been creeping up this year. This person wants 120 for it. It is selling for like 100. Last time I saw. Oh, right. Yeah, that's why there's more interest in the Punisher. I keep forgetting that they're doing something with it. Yeah, he's going to be in the new Spider-Man. That would explain why. I'm going to be honest, though. What movie did I go to see where I saw the Mario movie, right? That's where they did the Spider-Man trailer. That did not look like a good movie. I'm going to be real. That was not a good trailer. I'm kind of like disillusioned from superhero movies at this point. Maybe Doomsday brings me back in. Right, because it's apparently going to be like just a direct sequel to Avengers. Maybe. I haven't gone to see a superhero movie since the end of Endgame. But yeah, that new Spider-Man trailer was like, just didn't do anything for me. I guess I'm just not in the Spider-Man. You got to keep in mind, I haven't even seen the last few Spider-Man movies. But this new trailer didn't do anything for me. I'm not a big superhero person. You got to keep this in mind too. The only time I really got into it was preparing for the Avengers films. I went back and watched all the movies they wanted you to watch to prepare for those, and that was genuinely fun. I enjoyed that. That was actually fun. Leading up to it. Check sold listings. $50 for Barnyard. It's creeping up there. Usually sells for like 30. 35 maybe. It was actually a good game. I understand why Barnyard goes for quite a bit. That was a very, very ambitious PS2 game that also looked incredible. The game shocked me. I don't want to. I actually did watch Bone Temple, but I haven't. I'm not talking about it because I believe it was Noah that kept telling me like how much he loved that movie. So I didn't want to talk about my opinions on it until he joined the stream. I haven't seen him since I watched it. Yeah, I watched it a few days ago. Because Netflix finally added it to the tier where you can watch it, where you have like the cheaper version of Netflix with ads. They didn't have it on there initially. Possibly last. You don't think they're gonna do a third 28 years later? You heard that it underperformed. Well, I don't blame it underperforming after the way the first one ended. The way that first film ended, I don't blame anybody for not going to the theaters. For that second one. "28 Days Later," though, I've decided is like, yeah, it's one of my new favorite movies of all time. It's just grown on me so much over the years. Look, here's Captain America: Super Soldier. This is what I was mentioning earlier in the stream. I mean, hell, who knows when Noah's going to be back? I guess I might as well just say what I thought of the movie. So yeah, I was a 28 Days Later mega fan ever since that movie released. I also really like 28 Months Later. I am a fan of that movie. It's easily rewatchable for me. I'm actually a huge fan of Months Later. Not as much as Days Later, but Months Later is still an excellent zombie movie. Despite having a very little connection to the first one. So needless to say, I was very excited for Years Later, and I thought the trailers looked incredible. I was very let down by the first movie. It was not what the first 30 minutes of that movie were phenomenal. Everything after that, I was like, oh my god, this is not what I was expecting from a new 28 years or 28 Days Later kind of movie. I hated the way the film ended. The ending, yeah, weeks, not months. The ending for Years Later was just like, what in the world did I just watch? Tonal shift like crazy. I hated it so much I didn't even go to the movie theaters to see Boneyard or Bone Temple. Boneyard is a different horror movie with like some silly poodle monster in it. I didn't even go. Imagine me 28 Days Later, one of my favorite movies of all time. I don't even go to see the new one. That's how bad it left a taste in my mouth. So I waited for it to come to Netflix, and I watched it, and I actually really liked it. The new one, Bone Temple. Not only did I like it, but it improved what I thought of the first 28 Years Later as well. Because just how much those two films connect actually made me like the first one a little bit more. I still don't like it, but I like it a little bit more because they're so closely woven. But yeah, Bone Temple surprised me. Very little to do with zombies. Zombies are almost non-existent in the film, shockingly. But it's such an interesting character portrayal of like this satanic cult, the Jimmies, that I really loved it. And just like the whole back and forth with them and the doctor, forget his name. The kid from the first movie, his role was pretty small, and like honestly, he was very minor. It was more of a movie about the cult, and I really liked it. The acting was great. What turned me off, and I think it was a bad idea, they made them look so goofy, like some Power Rangers or something stupid from in the first movie when they introduced them. It turned me off so much I didn't go see the second film because of it. But in the latest one, they ain't no goofy Power Rangers. They're like messed up serial killers. I thought it was pretty cool. I liked the gore. They could have went a little heavier on the gore. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I especially like the end of the film. Where, well, yeah, I'm not going to spoil it, but when the characters finally meet up and interact, like it was a really, because I'm sure some people still have to watch the movie, but when characters finally clash together, it was definitely one of the better parts. Everybody was like, oh, it's such a weird filming technique in this movie. I didn't think it was that weird. I didn't think it was shot that differently. I also really loved, let's just say the one zombie. If you've seen the movie, I don't want to say too much because it'd be spoiler territory. But the one main zombie, I really like that subplot. Yeah, I really like that. And that's the main part right? So, like, that part of the movie with, what's his name? Yeah, that guy. The guy with the big package. Him in the second movie, I like that so much that that's the one element that really actually made me like the first one a little bit more. Because he's in that as well. And I really liked the end of the movie. Like, the ends, right? Leading into the third one. For obvious reasons. Not going to say what it is. But let's just say that, you know, I actually really look forward to the third 28 Years Later movie at this point. So yeah, that was a shocker for me. So I recommend Bone Temple. For those of you that were like me and you did not like 28 Years Later and you passed on Bone Temple because of it, I would recommend watching it. However, what I would not recommend doing is watching Bone Temple before you've watched 28 Years Later, because that would be like watching The Two Towers before you've watched The Fellowship of the Ring. Like, you'd have no idea what's going on. It literally picks up where the first film left off, so you can't really do that. I know some movies you can, you really don't want to do that with this movie. Hey, thanks, Dingus. Any plans to check out Pragmata? Currently, no. I'm sure it's a great game and everything, but it is currently not in my list of things that I plan on streaming in the immediate future. Right now, I'm going to be pretty dedicated to N64 stuff for the moment. Especially if I'm picking up this Neo Geo Ultimate thing. I could probably get a code from Capcom. But if I were to get a physical, like, I can't be picking up all these $70 games if I'm getting this Neo Geo thing. But yeah, I hope everybody that is playing Pragmata is enjoying it. Steambot Chronicles, $173. It says it's a good game. I actually foresee the price of this continuing to go up as people discover it. There's really nothing else quite like it on the PS2. Very ambitious game. The one thing that really held it back for me, though, was the lack of music in a lot of cases. A game that's so much about music, there's a lot of dead, empty noise. Wow. Resident Evil Dead Aim, $140. I included like one or two of these, I believe, in the PS2 mystery boxes that I did, you know, a couple years ago. I'm sure those people that received that in their mystery bag are pretty, because at the time it was like a $60 game. It is now more than double the price. Shoutouts to Resident Evil 9. Dead Aim is a great game, by the way. What surprised me the most about Dead Aim is that you can play it without the light gun, and it's still really good. Like, it's actually easy to play. It's fine to play just with a controller. I think people are waking up to that. You don't have to use a light gun to play this game. It just, you know, it might control a little oddly at times, because it is meant to be played with a light gun. But it plays just fine without it. It's been so expensive ever since Resident Evil 9 released, and there's been a boom in Resident Evil game prices. Hello, Coffee Man. Yeah, I mean, there's no problem with that, Synthetic. It's not going to be something for everybody. And that's completely okay. Oh look, one of the very few new 3DS games. What a scam that was. Can we just come to agreement that this whole like new 3DS thing, where they actually released games where you had to have the new 3DS, was probably one of the biggest scams Nintendo ever did? Seriously, how many games did they release for that? Like, count them on one hand. Xenoblade, Minecraft, some photo game, right? Monster Hunter wasn't even one of them, was it? Is it really just like 3 or 4 games? Xenoblade, Fire Emblem Warriors, Hyrule Warriors, Minecraft. 4 games? Was Luigi's Mansion one of them? No. Well, what about ones that use like this whole like only 4? You can only play it with the new 3DS. Oh, the new 3DS was awesome. But this, I'm not saying the new 3DS was a scam. I'm saying the like, you can only play this game if you have a new 3DS. That was ridiculous. Yeah, there were a handful of digital games. It was a handful. Yeah, the ones that needed it, I mean, man, there must have been, what, 3 games? Like, especially physical releases? I don't think that went over the way they thought it was going to. Just 4 physical games. That's, yeah, they're brushing that one under the rug, boy. You never hear about that anymore. Oh, look, there's that Earthbound we saw earlier. It went for $1,576. Like I said, just imagine if Nintendo started re-releasing physical games like Earthbound. Oh my god, $1,500 and it's torn like this? Are you for real? Get out of here. Torn like that? See, that's a step too far for me. I'm okay with a little bit of tearing here or there, but that's a step too far there. $72 for the Kirby Dream Collection. It is a good value. You get a lot of games in that. Get a Super NES Mini for $50. Just play Earthbound on that. Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, you could say the same thing for a lot of... But so many people... Like, there's still a huge market for people that would want to own a physical. Like, especially if it was officially released by Nintendo like that. Repackaged. Maybe it's not the big giant box. Maybe it's like a little mini guide. People would still eat it up like crazy. I mean, heck, look at what happened with Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red when they released it on the Switch 2 digitally. How many people bought that? And you can say the same thing about that. Just emulate it or something, you know? But there's always a market for the more physical presence of a game. The way I look at it, it's like telling a vinyl collector to just listen to the music on Spotify instead of buying a vinyl. Something along those lines. They still want the vinyl. Evercade stream, we'll see. Evercade streams were bothering my back, my posture. So, once I build up those back muscles a bit, I'll try again. Currently, my back is still, you know, I'm still working on it. I still have back issues. But I started using the hyperextension machine. Well, not machine, it's just a... Well, I guess it is a machine, but not in the way you'd think. But it's a, you know, it's a long-term thing to help improve your back. Probably take a year or two. You're supposed to go very slow and steady on those things, otherwise you risk injury. Tomodachi Life on 3DS, $160. And that's the Nintendo Selects version. Yeah, back extension right now, I'm just doing holds. I'm not doing the reps. Because I found this channel on YouTube, such a great channel. I think it was called Lower Back Ability. And it's a channel about this guy that's just all about back recovery. And he swears by this freaking hyperextension. But he tells you gotta go really slow. You can't go fast with this thing. And he recommends, like, for some people it might take months, a year, just doing a straight body hold on this thing. And then you work your way up to the reps where you like hyperextend down and stretch the back. But you know, because I got problems with my back, you can't just jump straight into that. That's a problem. That can cause more injury. No. To fix it long term, you have to use hyperextension. Like if you're looking to fix it without having to take medications or, you know, muscle relaxers, crazy stuff like that, like you got to use hyperextension. I've looked into it. This hyperextension thing, most people give up on it because it just takes so long. But if you commit to it, apparently it really works. That hack quarantine $400. That feels higher than normal. I don't think this is typically running for around 400. Yes, I incorporate it into my my leg days. It's harder to do than you would think, boy, let me tell you. It's like you look at YouTube and you look at people using that thing. Especially if they're just doing the hold and they're not doing, like, the extension. It is harder than you think. You can order it on Amazon. If any of you have back issues, you can order these things on Amazon. If any of you seriously suffer from chronic back pain, especially like lower back pain, look up the YouTube channel Lower Back Ability. And watch some of their videos on the hyperextension machine. I've always wondered how miserable it must be to play a game like Riven on the PS1. gotta be crazy, right? With the loads and like the clicking around, the multiple discs. That's just gotta be miserable. Is that racing game there a spin-off of Automobilista on PS2? Which one was it? There's no spin-off of Automobilista. The closest you're gonna get to a spin-off of Automobilista, oh, this one here. The closest that you'll get is the fact that there's 2 versions of Automobilista in Japan. The Automobilista that we have in the US and elsewhere is actually the second... Am I getting this right? It's the second iteration of Automobilista. The original version didn't control as slippery. Because if you played Automobilista, you know how slippery that game is. Hard to control. In Japan, they have an Automobilista US version. I think they call it like American version, US version, whatever the heck they call it. Where the original version in Japan actually had more tight, traditional kind of arcade racing controls. And then they reissued the American version with the more slippery, sliding everywhere like you're driving on ice the whole game controls. So if you really like Automobilista but you hated the controls, you should look into the Japanese editions. Wow, Ribbitkin is getting up there. I didn't know that this had a bonus disc. I mean, heck, my copy might even have it. I don't even know. What is it? What is the bonus disc? Rabbit King Plus. Maybe that's why this is $100. Unlockable movie clip. Well, something new to look out for. I don't think I was aware there was a bonus disc version. El Viento Mega Drive version, $370. I used to actually have this. I can't remember if I sold it or not. If I didn't, though, I'm about to sell it. Yep, I'm pretty sure I got rid of it, though. I think I bought this when I was in Seattle at Pink Gorilla. I think that's the one game I bought when I was in Pink Gorilla. Because I'm going to be honest, when I was in Pink Gorilla, one of the Pink Gorilla stores, they were overpriced to hell. There was almost nothing in there I was interested in buying. But I did buy this. I think they were selling it for like 60 bucks. I don't know if I still have it, though. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I might have sold it. It was a while ago, Trekkie. It was a while ago. It wasn't when they're doing like their live streams now. It was like way back in the day. I mean, heck, you could probably see me pick it up in a video. I don't know if I've featured that one in a video. But, you know, we're talking 15 years, whatever it was. It was a while ago. No, they weren't streaming. They weren't doing the stream thing back then. I'm sure the store is way different now, but their selection back then... it was literally the only thing in the store that stood out to me. I almost bought it just to buy something. A lot of the other stores out there, I bought, you know, quite a bit more from. Oh, but you know what? Hold on. Oh, wait. Was it a Portland store? It might have been when there was like a game convention, now that I think about it, and their store may have been cleaned out. Like they had their games down at the convention. You know what? I think that's what it might have been. Because I think that Pink Gorilla, whatever event it was that I was down there for, I don't even remember. I think their inventory from that store was at the show. Whatever show it might have been. And then that's why they had like nothing. That would explain why. Because I do kind of remember another store or two having that same problem. Though their selection was still a little better. In the store. Let's see if this is a bonus disc version. Did they all have a bonus disc? Makes me wonder. I'm really curious if I still have that El Viento. I'll check it after the stream. If anybody wants El Viento on Master or Mega Drive, you let me know, cause I'll part with that game. I already got the US version, but I'm pretty sure I might have got rid of it. Amazon's flagged your account? What the heck? Why did they flag your account? It says unusual order activity. What were you trying to do? Order the Neo Geo stuff? How is that unusual? Is it because you, like, did you make a new account? How could it be unusual? That's odd. Wow, that's a cool cover. Look at this. Gundam the Best. Is this Journey to Jaburo? Version 1.5? It is Journey to Jaburo. Damn, they got a cool cover for that game in Japan. That may be one of the best looking, like, you know, oh, here's the best version. You know what I'm talking about, like the reissues of games. That may be the coolest, like, budget re-release of a game I've ever seen. That cover's awesome. Top of the line games, maybe? It was so long ago. I'm not even sure if that store existed back then. When I went. Someone's selling El Viento for $100 new on eBay. That's gotta be a reproduction. The manual itself would go for almost $100 probably. There's gotta be something wrong with that. You're saying a complete US version in the, like, the red box? Yeah, there's no way they're selling a legit one for $100. $190 for an iPod 7th generation. Old and maniacal. He buys a ton of Neo Geo stuff and still somehow finds a way to gift subs. Unreal. Thank you, maniacal. I'll put it towards, just for you, I'll put those 5 sub gifts towards something to do at Neo Geo. The memory card. Or towards the freaking Ultimate Edition. Appreciate it though, thank you as always. Don't go too crazy now, I know you just pre-ordered a very expensive bunch of Neo Geo stuff. You gotta keep that money for Neo Geo. I still got my iPod somewhere. I think this is the one I had. I'm pretty sure I had, like, the 7th generation. I'm sure this thing would be really dangerous to turn on now with that battery. But I'd be really interested in seeing what I had on there. $200. That is something. Oh, it does say new battery. That's probably why. Well, I could just take the door face emote and carve a W out of it. It's a good idea, GG's. My emote slots on Twitch are a bit limited, though. Body count for 40. I was going for like $70 during the 360 apocalypse. $60, $70. Still no feet pictures. Can't believe we're gonna go stream without one. Tomb Raider: The Prophecy Game Boy Advance. It's actually a pretty cool cover. One of the last times they used like that real classic Laura look on a cover. They tried so many different perspectives with these Tomb Raider games too. Some of them are side-scrolling, some of them are isometric like this. Then you got ones that are just full-on 3D. Like Engage. It's a really cool Mario remix, Galaxy. $153 for Zoid's Legacy. Have any of you played this? I love how Zoid's games just continue to have demand and people pay quite a bit of money for them. Oh, if I remember right, this is a really slow tactics game, isn't it? 10 levels? There's only 10 levels in this game? Maybe it's not that long. Yeah, no D tonight either. Of course, there's searches I can do that greatly increase the chance of running into one. But it feels like cheating, you know? One of the only Zoids games I played, which was actually fun, was Zoid's Struggle, I think it was called. It was a Japanese-only PS2 fighting game. I streamed that a few years ago. It was actually pretty fun. $35 for Eternal Ring. You know, I was going to mention earlier, too, when I was talking about Ephemeral Fantasia, how Eternal Ring deserves more love as well. Great game. It's just such a... one of the most atmospheric PS2 games out there. Any stained clothing? We did see a stained hat on affiliate review. Yes, somebody bought a stained Adult Swim hat. So they had us covered. Let's try... let's try... trying to think of something I haven't searched in a bit. It's been a while since I searched 3DO. Let's get out of sold listings. I should probably filter out Army Men, though. Carrier Fortress at Sea. It's one of those, like, interactive games, not so much like a game, if I remember right. Yeah, interactive. Which are cool. I don't really own too many of those games on 3DO. We looked at promo not too long ago. I don't do promo searches constantly because those results typically take a little bit to build up. Results. Because new stuff doesn't get listed on there as frequently as the other kind of searches I do. Man, Need for Speed, $70. That used to be one of the cheapest, easiest 3DO games to get long bucks. Pyramid Intruder. This was a Japanese exclusive game. Can't remember if I picked this up. I don't think I did. Can't recall. But yeah, back when I was looking at it, it was like a $20 game. Psychic Detective, way cheaper than the long box PS1 version. My goodness. We have a good chance of finding a D here, by the way. Obviously, 3DO version. The question is, will it be long box or jewel case or disc only? This is a fun game, Daedalus Encounter. If any of you get a 3DO or have a 3DO and you're looking for new stuff to play, this is a really goofy FMV game. A lot of fun. Exclusive on consoles, at least for 3DO. I gotta get another copy of freaking Phoenix 3. My disc is broken. This is a cool... There's not a lot of, like, platforming kind of games on 3DO. This is a side-scrolling platformer action game that uses FMV. Like, motion capture and FMV scenes. Super fun. Cheesy kind of action game. Blonde Justice. Yep. If we were in the Wild West of Justin TV days, you can probably get away with streaming that. Here's this game. This is fun. I have a full playthrough of this game on YouTube, and if anybody cares to see what a turn-based RPG looks like, first-person dungeon crawler from Japan on 3DO. Kurokishi no Kamen is what the Japanese name is, apparently. It was fun. I pretty much had to make my own walkthrough to beat it. Here's another Japanese exclusive. I think it's a mech... I think it's like a first-person mech game, if I remember it. Belarusian. No, I don't go to local game stores. I just buy whatever I want online. It's just too much pressure in a local game store, honestly. I just look online. I feel too forced to have to buy something in a local game store, especially if their prices aren't good. I don't know, I just don't really get involved in it. I go to conventions, but I don't go to the local game stores. A lot of times they're just gonna have very overpriced games or games that are just like, I don't know, not really what I'm looking for. They have to appeal to a very casual crowd. So a lot of the games they have are just not really what I'm looking for. And there it is. Because at least online, I'm able to take my time and wait to get a deal. If you go to a local game store, I don't know, I just feel like it's more peer pressure to, like, have to buy something. Walking into a game store and, like, walking out with nothing, it just, I don't know, it just feels wrong. So I like the idea that I'm in control of when I buy my games instead of, like, going into a game store and feeling like I have to buy some overpriced game that they got. Jewel Case D. In a lot. It's actually been a long time since we found a D with some friends hanging out with it. Gotta keep this PG, you know? Usually it's just by itself. I don't think we've ran into a lot with D included in a long time. I told you. See, 3DO is one of those cheat searches. You search 3DO, you're almost gonna certainly come across a copy of that game. See, my problem is, like, I've been to my local conventions, and I see what the local stores charge for their games. Like, their prices are not very good. Conventions are good for the people that are like me when I go there. I'm just, like, offloading some of my collection. The people that don't have stores. It really depends what area you're from. Your area really decides what your local game stores are like. Demolition Man, this is another good 3DO game. It's a compilation of just weird, if I remember it, weird different mini game, not mini games, but like different scenarios. It's more than just a first-person shooter. Yeah, if I had local game stores that had really good prices that would like rival buying online, I'm sure I'd go to them more often. The Shockwave games. Shockwave games, if you're new to 3DO, that's a really good series to start with. I always like Shockwave 2. Shockwave 2 is a super underrated game. There's 3 of them. The first game, and then like an expansion of the first game, and then the second game. Dr. Hauser. I once flew across the country to speedrun this game. For games done quick. Great game. One of my all-time favorite horror games. It's just such a goofy game. I love it. This is one of the all-time greats here, though. Like, if you were getting a 3DO and I had to pick, like, 5 games that you had to get, this would definitely be one of them. Guardian War. It's exclusive to 3DO. Great little tactics, turn-based RPG. Amazing music. A little slow. You know, it can be a little slow. If you ever played the Blazing Heroes game, or Mystaria, both same game, just different name, on Saturn, it's from the same developers. Here it is. I was just thinking of it. This is... Sadly, I didn't buy it when it was still cheaper. But this is one of the last, like, if I had to get one more import for 3DO, this would be it. Royal Pro Wrestling. An actual exclusive wrestling game to 3DO. They're not showing you the back of the box. But still, a cool oddity. SNK just teased a new mainline Metal Slug at the end of their 30th anniversary trailer. You know, I never really got super into Metal Slug games, but I'm happy for the Metal Slug fans whenever they get something new. Yeah, I never, for some reason, I just like, I appreciate them, but I never like got super into them. Oh yeah, that's right. Somebody, I forgot, you reminded me, Tommy. Somebody asked if Harvest Moon was a one-off stream or not. I think it was Mechacon. I'll stream it again. Yeah, that's not a one-off stream. I'm gonna do at least one more stream of it. See how it goes. Then again, there may be 2 Japanese 3DO games now that I think about it. Perhaps 2. A slots game. SLOTS. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Hello, Cosmic. You had to take photos of your driver's license to get the AES pre-order. Sorry that they put you through that. That sounds terrible. They don't trust you, Stage 1 boss. Ooh. The fake D. The D that originally came on a burnt CDR that didn't work. The limited run D collector's edition. I wonder if this is a reissue or if this is the one that still doesn't work. So for those that don't know, when they ship D, like the reissue from limited run games, it came on a burnt CDR that didn't even work on the console. That's limited run games for you. Imagine that. I think they're selling the one that doesn't work because they're not making any mention about some reissue. I don't know how they handled the reissue. Wow. Damn, somebody was selling this console the last week, and now they're selling a kiosk for it. That is crazy. Wow, look at... Oh, this is amazing. A Primal Rage topper? Is that a three-dimensional... It is, isn't it? Damn, that is cool. Shame that it's like this super rare alive version. I would prefer if it was one of the more well-known 3D models. But still. That is so cool. Interesting display for it, though. It almost looks like unofficial. Look at the little teeth down here. It looks like someone just like slapped it together, but it's gotta be real. What shifters for the PS2? It's a sequel to not like a sequel, it's like an unofficial follow-up to... What is it? I forget the name of it. But it's like it's an action game. I haven't played it. I do have it though. But it's an action game where you literally shift. That's why it's called shifters, into different animals. It's supposed to be one of those so bad it's kind of good games. I look forward to playing it sometime. Like anthropomorphic animal kind of action beat 'em up game. Look at the seller. One feedback. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. Not for something that expensive. Finny Fish. Finny Fish is a great game. Some of the most impressive water effects you'll ever see on the PS2. Alright, I don't know about this. I don't know if I trust this anymore. Where is all this stuff coming from? Another kiosk? This one doesn't even look believable. It looks like it's from outer space, for crying out loud. Like, is it a is that for real a hologram? Okay, if these are real, this is unbelievable. It's a hologram kiosk. What in the world? They're literally projecting 3D images on top of the console. Damn. What's the history on this? Let me guess, no description. Yep. Slow without a game console. What? Then what the heck is inside? So they're just giving you the hologram? Okay. 3D is a rare holographic kiosk. You can record any video and it plays on the kiosk. So how do we know it's official? How do we know this isn't just like some other random hologram and Doesn't mean anything without logos on it. Located in... Where is he? Oh, Poland, yeah. I'll be pre-ordering something for it funky soon. Yeah, I don't know if I'm trusting this. This one was somewhat believable. I mean, it probably is real, but he has like a million of these things. This Alive 3DO. I don't know, I hate to tell you, you can't just come out of nowhere with no feedback on eBay and expect to get this kind of money for something. Okay, now it's even more suspicious. Because he's sold one of these, and he's sold the Dreamcast custom Half-Life thing, and then relisted it. Unless he's just making a second one. Yeah, he's the guy with the Half-Life thing we looked at last week. I don't know about that. Suspicious. Alright, Cleo wanted to... Oh, look, there's shifters again. Cleo wanted to look up 360. Yeah, it's really weird how they gave no explanation either for not being able to ship to those states. Also, I'm going to have a little announcement here. I should have mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I kind of forgot. I'm adding another site to the multi-streaming lineup. A small handful of you may already know what it is, because you stumbled upon it. The lucky few. But since I'm going on this multi-streaming journey where I'm literally streaming on... I mean, hell, I'm streaming on X at this point. I mean, the sky's the limit, right? I'm adding Rumble to the repertoire. Not something that you guys got to watch on, but just an option if any of you do happen to use it. I've actually been streaming on there for over 2 months now. 2 months. Testing it out to see if I wanted to add it or not, and I've concluded after 2 months that it'll be worth the time. Potentially. It's really just to help bring in a new audience, because the people that tend to use Rumble hate other streaming sites, typically. So, they don't typically cross over into the other sites much. But, just letting you know. It is a new option. It's actually very easy on the gaming streams on there to... All I need is like 10 viewers and I'm on the first page, which is ridiculous. But I think it has potential. They also have a pretty generous, like, creator program, which wouldn't be bad to get into one day. Yeah, Chronolink is one of the ones that discovered it. Here's the link. You guys don't gotta follow or anything like that. I'm just letting you know it's out there. If you do register, though, register with this second link that I'm about to post. Because somehow I get credit or something if people register with my link. I don't know what the hell it is, but they track it. But I've been pretty happy with the quality over there. All the people that I met over there have been nice. I already got like 43 followers just from secretly streaming over there. And most of the followers are people that, you know, I've already conversed with, so. Pretty cool people. There's not a lot of retro streamers over there, I'll tell you that much. I could pretty much count them on 2 hands. So, like Kick, I feel like it could be an interesting opportunity to pursue and see how retro streams do over there. The problem with Rumble, though, is like, if you have no viewers, like there's many streams where I literally stream to nobody when I've been multi-streaming there. It's because you're on the back page. The way they categorize their streams is actually kind of bad. It's just like they lump everybody together, and then if you have no viewers, you're on the last page. So somebody would literally have to go to the last page to find your stream. So that's pretty bad. But even if you just get like a small handful of viewers, you're up there. The visibility is skyrocketed. Yeah, I found it was funny. Roth Sothy, you know, one of my mods. I found him streaming over there the other day. I thought that was kind of funny. I'm like, oh, I found your secret Rumble stream. Roth streams on everything, but I gotta give Roth credit. He's on the most. I learned that there's like even more obscure streaming sites out there. Ones I've never even freaking heard of. Roth knows them all. Yeah, there he is. Roth is like. I gotta give credit to Roth. He is like the streaming guru when it comes to finding these obscure ass platforms. Yeah, so now those of you that have always wondered what this is down here, you may have noticed this over the past 2 months, this little tiny chat box. It's been on the stream this whole time. You guys have seen the rumblers on my streams. There's only been one problem person that I had to figure out how to ban. Otherwise, everybody's been pretty cool. That's what that little chat box has been all this time. You've even heard me talk to them on most streams, and a lot of you had no idea. But yeah, it's going to be in the rotation. I wanted to stream on there, like, in some capacity first, because I don't want to tell everybody, like, I'm streaming on there unless I'm like, alright, I'm going to, like, put this into the mix. I could have hated it or, like, found it not worth the time. But I feel like there's potential in it, so we'll try it out. You know, if a few months from now I'm still getting, like, almost no traction over there, then maybe it's just not worth the time. Because I do have to jump through a few extra hoops to stream on there, which is kind of a pain in the ass, but I figured I'm streaming on so much other stuff already, it's like, what the hell? Might as well add another one. Interesting lot. Just got one of my favorite 360 games. Mini Ninja is always one of my highest recommendations. I love this freaking game. I need to play that again sometime. Sonic Unleashed. Getting new love through the backwards compatibility. Well, yeah, they definitely... I mean, all streaming sites have some politics on them, but Rumble definitely leans more into the politics realm, but they do have a gaming section that, like, it's just all gaming. So, you know, we don't talk politics here, so at the end of the day, it don't matter. Most of the streams that I join, people, they're just playing games. They're not, like... They're not political. A couple of them might lean into it, but, you know, if that's not your thing, you just don't watch them. Most of the people I've met on there have actually been really cool. But yeah, if a streaming site that has politics on it scares you a little bit, I wouldn't recommend popping in the Rumble, because it's a little more in your face than other places, but that stuff don't bother me. At the end of the day, we're just streaming games. They just need to do a better job of separating it from the political side of things. We'll see what happens. I think it needs its own website, personally. It's completely separated. Oh yes, the Death Smiles limited edition. You know what my Death Smiles... Does anybody remember where my Death Smiles is? Let's see if anybody remembers. Thanks for the follows on Rumble, by the way. Does anybody remember where my Death Smiles is in my collection? See if anybody knows the lore. Yeah, the way that Rumble, now that you mention it, Chrono, the way that they handle like monetization is pretty interesting. You only need 100 followers to have the chance to get into their creator program, which is pretty freaking easy to get into, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you need a few other criteria. But essentially, once you get into their creator program, at the end of every month that you qualify for it, they legit just pay you like a piece of the pie, essentially. So like they have a pot of money that they give out to the premium creators, and then depending on how many people were in it for the month, they legit just like pay everybody a fairly even amount. So that means the small streamers and the big streamers like pretty much get the same slice, but the bigger streamers obviously make more through other means. But let's just say like the slice that they're paying to the small streamers is actually, a lot of them complain about it, it's pretty freaking significant. Let's just say that some of these really small streamers are making way more than they freaking would on Twitch or YouTube, I'll tell you that much. It's a pretty significant payment for what they require. Anyway, my copy of Death Smiles, I'm not even sure if you can see it behind me right now, let me see. No, you cannot. It is eternally, for the past who knows how many, pretty much since it came out, it is holding up, it's standing vertical, holding up my Nintendo logo sign above my 3DO games. So it's slightly taller than 3DO games. So I stand it vertical, and it's pretty sturdy, so I use that to like prop up a piece of wood that I bought from Home Depot. Like a small, thin plank wood. And then I have my giant Nintendo sign on top of that. So shoutouts to Death Smiles. All these years later, it's been holding up a big, heavy Nintendo sign. And thank you. Thank you very much, Maniacal. Maniacal hooking up Square Window. Getting that free sub. Really appreciate that. Yeah, see, comeback kind of remembers. Did I ever use the faceplate? I never use faceplates. Never use them. Yeah, that's all it's been doing. Obscured all these years. Great game. I actually played it when I was on a plane ride. The last time I was on a plane, I just needed something to do. It was when I was going to Italy. I was just bored out of my mind. And I had Death Smiles installed on my iPad, and I played Death Smiles on my iPad, and it actually worked extremely well on the iPad. I love bullet hell shoot 'em ups on a touchscreen, on a tablet, by the way. Personally, I think it's the best way to play a shoot 'em up. I know some people won't agree with that, that's for sure, the purists. But once you play a cave shoot 'em up, bullet hell shoot 'em up, with a nice tablet on a touchscreen, the pinpoint accuracy that you have to move around is, like, incredible. You should try it. A lot of them are delisted, though, at this point. I don't think all the ones that I was able to buy back then are available. Like Mushihime-sama Futari, which was like my favorite bullet hell to play on my iPad. I don't think you can buy that one anymore. They released Black Label DLC on the 360 store in the West, even though the game was physical in Japan only or something. Wait, for which game? Oh, for you're still talking about Death Smiles? Oh, Mushihime-sama. Oh, did they really? They released DLC for it in the US when the game wasn't even available here? Most anticipated AES game? Trying to call 10 of them in my head. Probably Shock Troopers or... I actually have never played Magician Lord, so I'm pretty excited for that one too. Did I do affiliate? Yes, I did. Yeah, it was a little bit of a shorter one. Oh, interesting. Roofman is a movie about a guy living in a ceiling of Toys R Us in 2004. That does sound incredibly... That sounds incredibly fun to watch. Is the fad over on YouTube, by the way, where people do like urban camping inside stores? I remember there was a point on YouTube where I was watching people go into Toys R Us's and like camp overnight by hiding and sleeping behind toys on the shelves and stuff. Are people still doing that? There was a point where I got really into watching those videos where people were like going into zoos and like stealth camping in a zoo. Crazy stuff. I know some people still do stealth camping, but I'm not sure if it's still as prevalent anymore. Oh man, let me tell you one thing though. I mentioned this the other day, but I found a new walking trail, which I cannot wait to do a walking vlog with. But there was a couple abandoned things there, like, you know, the scary ones where you know you're not sure if there's like someone homeless living inside of it or not, like in this place. So maybe when I record the vlog, we'll have to go exploring a little bit. Kind of scary. It's one thing watching them, and maybe they're probably more scary to me now because I've watched so many scary YouTube videos where people like go into abandoned places. Some of them super sketchy. So to find one in real life, you know, the type that are just covered in graffiti and ransacked, broken windows everywhere. I'm like, ooh, man, this is... Yeah, let's save this one for a video or something. It was nothing crazy, like a pretty... I don't want to spoil it. Pretty small building. But it would be fun to go through. Yeah, falling through the floor... It's not a two-story thing, but the floor is what worries me. Yeah, it's a new walking trail that is unlike any other walking trail I've been to because it's literally like a maze. There were multiple intersections where you get to an intersection and there's like 4 or 5 paths. No signs. You have no idea where these paths are going to go to. That was exciting. I was just blasting Skyrim music on my phone. Elder Scrolls music. Because it literally felt like I was in Skyrim. I did end up with 2 ticks on my leg though. So right after that I went to Walmart and bought insect repellent. For the next time. Because I somehow always forget to buy it. I flicked them off though. Thankfully I spotted them. I didn't get bit. They were crawling on my leg. I had no idea what this trail was going to be like. I had no idea it was going to be like literally walking in a Skyrim forest. It was pretty, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been walking through certain trails, but I did. I was also pretty much the only person there. I didn't see a single other person in the 2 hours I was walking. It's interesting to see how much the prices on some of these have come down. Velvet Assassin was also like $80 at one point when they were shutting the store down. It was a mix. It was Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind. So it worked nicely. Oh, thank you, Chrono. Dorgu. Getting the hookup from Chrono. Thank you for that sub-gift. Look at that. Maniacal's not alone tonight. That'll make Maniacal happy. He always tries to rally the troops. Looks like he's got a new troopman. Thank you, Chrono. Yeah, now is not a terrible time to buy 360, it seems. It's better to get your buying done now rather than wait for the next event that may cause them to go up in value again. What are you getting here again? A console version of... Wasn't this the one that has Mirrors of Fate or whatever the heck it's called? I can't really read this. Didn't they include that in here? Oh, both DLCs. Okay, maybe. Oh yeah, it does say Mirror of Fate HD. I just don't know if it's worth buying this when you already have the original of Lords of Shadow. How impactful with the Metal Gear? I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know there was a Metal Gear movie coming out. It depends how it is. If it's really popular, I could see that doing a little something to some Metal Gear Solid prices. Look at what happened with... Well, I wouldn't want to say Silent Hill. Actually, that new Silent Hill movie didn't really do much at all for the games. I think those were going up for other reasons. Thanks, Saint Ears. Thanks for becoming a member. Script's not even written. Yeah, that would explain why I've never heard of it. It's been coming out for 2 decades now. Yeah, wake me up when we got a trailer for it. Speaking of trailers, though, we talked about it the other stream, but that new Street Fighter trailer, it's looking good. That is looking like a dumb fun movie. I think they're doing a great job on that. And then the new Mortal Kombat movie comes out in, what, a few weeks? I might actually go to the... I actually re-signed up, not re-signed up, but I upgraded my movie ticket, the AMC Premiere... whatever, not the highest one, not the one where you go see like 5 movies a week or whatever, but the one below that, just so I can save money on the fees and other things. Because they're just, it's been a while since there's been so many movies I've been interested in seeing in theaters. Between Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, I should have renewed it for the Mario movie, but I didn't. I just saw Project Hail Mary, which was amazing. I think I'm gonna pass on the Mandalorian and grow. I don't know. I think I'm gonna wait and see what like the consensus is on that movie before I waste time and money seeing that. But it's you never know. I might give it a chance. Disclosure Day, yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, the A-list thing, I never had that. It's like a monthly fee, but you can see up to 4 movies a week or something. I think it's $20 a month. I can't remember how much they charge for it. It's expensive, though. I think that might be a discounted price, $20 a month. And what I do is, there's a gym right next to the freaking movie theater I go to. So I go, I get something to eat, and then I go kill time at the gym. And then, right as like the previews are starting, I just head over to the movie theater, so it kind of works out. Wait a minute. Wait, the Disclosure movie is a sequel to Cloverfield 1, or are you talking about a different movie? Interesting. I was a big fan of Cloverfield. I don't know how people can see 4 movies a week. That is crazy. You can see up to 4 movies a week, but still, even a movie a week is like, that's a lot to me. Oh, Cloverfield 2 is filming. That's pretty cool. I was a big fan of Cloverfield. Nothing going on too much in 360 world here. Yeah, I forget how they did the marketing for Cloverfield. I remember it was really clever. That's all I can recall. I can't remember specifically what they did, though. Ten Cloverfield Lane, I remember watching that. I remember enjoying it. I haven't watched it a second time, though. Yeah, they did something with a website. I wish I could recall what they did. It was very clever, though. Just a teaser in front of Transformers 1 with no title, just the date. That I love that. That's how you do some viral marketing. Thanks, BNB. Yeah, sadly, I can't really take advantage of the perks in a movie theater for like popcorn and soft drinks. I haven't drank soda in a decade, and then popcorn I don't do anymore. But the premiere thing is still worth it because you save the $3 online fee when you reserve a ticket, and then you get like nearly 3 times as many points. So like you get $5 voucher. Essentially, I had $10 of coupon points on my account, but I can only use that for food and drinks. So I'm like, and it's going to expire at the end of the month. So my thing is $18 a year. So I had that $10, and if I upgraded to the $18 a year, I can then use that $10 on tickets instead of food and drink, and save $3 convenience fee. So it was it practically paid for the yearly subscription, just because I upgraded. It was crazy. Like, actually a really good deal. They do it now, though, if you want to save the convenience fee when you buy tickets through AMC. You have to buy 4 tickets or more to save the convenience fee. They no longer do just 1 ticket, or even 2 or 3 tickets. You gotta have the higher tiers. So, because that convenience fee adds up if you see a few movies. Basically, as long as you go to see 6 movies a year, it's just worth it to get the $18 a year version to save that money. Seeing 6 movies a year is reasonable. Bring my own snack. Oh, I do. Yeah, I brought a protein bar. Water is a little harder. Sneaking in drinks is harder. I brought them in before with the little mini water bottles in the winter when it's easier to hide them, but not in the summer, spring. I just don't want to pay $7 for a bottle of water. That's ridiculous. Can't really search expensive and rare Wii games. It's very hard to search Wii. You're gonna get garbage regardless of what you search. Like, even if I type in Wii rare, it's gonna be a struggle. See what I mean? Streamed this game a long time ago. Someone was asking me if it's worth picking up. I couldn't really recall enough about it. Soccer Wars. I just remember it being not a good streaming game. The battles were really long and slow. And your theater doesn't care about them bringing in drinks that they brought outside? Do they just walk right in with them? What kind of theater is it? Is it like a mom and pop theater? Or is it a chain? Sports Chin Sports. This looks like a wacky game. What the heck game is this? I don't think I've ever come across this one in my import browsing days. You heard Mario Galaxy was underwhelming. There's like two sides to the coin on that game. Some people really, really like it. Some people pretend they don't like it. And then some people really don't like it. I really liked it. It was fun. Bovine, how the hell do you sneak in French fries? You shoving them in your pocket? Or like, how the hell are you sneaking in French fries into a movie theater? A big jacket. What do you do in the spring or the summer? You still wear the jacket. Wii Coraline Blockbuster video rental case. Oh boy. But I think they're charging a lot for it just because it's Coraline, not necessarily because it's Blockbuster. Oh, look at this. SSX Blur Programmer Award Plaque. They still do stuff like this for games? I'm sure they do in some of the bigger companies. Yassine Riahi, programmer. Let's thought that counts, right? Yeah, the programmer, all they literally did was probably like, you press A to jump. That's all they did. So I don't blame them for getting rid of it, probably. Nintendo sandals from 2006. Wear these to the beach. Oh my god. Might actually have to wear these to the beach. Because it has Wii impressions on the bottom, so when you walk through the sand, it just says Wii, Wii, Wii everywhere. Oh, that's good. That's actually pretty good. You can see the indents. Could you imagine just walking on a beach and you just leave a trail of Wii everywhere? Really clever marketing on Nintendo's part, though. But I don't think I would ever buy used sandals. They do say never used. I'm not sure I believe them. Yeah, it'll say me or we, depending on how you look at it. You see eBay? What kind of sneaky business was that? Checking my browser? What are they making sure I'm not running like some kind of shenanigans? Something new eBay is doing. That was the first time that happened to me. They do it constantly to you? Interesting. I only use it on my tablet. The only time I use eBay on my browser is when I'm streaming or making a video or something. This is a platformer, by the way. It's also on PS2. Sid the Dummy. Side-scrolling platformer. I don't think it's supposed to be much good, which explains why it's $9 free shipping. Did I do it mine? How release of Baroque. Zombie U bundle. Wow. Where'd this come out? Exclusive offer deluxe digital promotion. Free downloadable game of Nintendo Land. Zombie U Deluxe Set Limited Edition. Where the heck did this release? Was this in the US? Wow, that's the ESRB right there. Wow, I don't remember this at all. Yeah, and you get a Pro controller. Unless that's like a off-brand. Let's see. No, it looks real. Terrible console. Like, this is the last game that you want to bundle with the Pro controller because the whole point of Zombie U is playing with the tablet. Yeah, it's the first time I was unaware they ever bundled it with Zombie U. Man, I wish I was playing horror games back when Zombie U came out on Wii U. What an amazing horror game. Such a clever use of the gamepad. Here's one of the last Wii U games that, like, still on my radar to pick up from Capcom. It's just a beat 'em up. Spyborg's Wii exclusive. Looks alright. It looks like the kind of game that if it released today, I wouldn't even care about it. But because it's like an exclusive on the Wii, I'm more interested in it. Right? If they released this on PSN, I'd be like, nah, I'm good. But if it's a Wii game, that changes things. Oh, look at this bundle. A compilation of janky horror games. Wow. Curse Mountain Ju-on and Escape from Bug Island. Very cool. Hey, what's up, Uli? You missed my Rumble speech earlier. I finally mentioned to everybody that I'm multi-streaming on Rumble. Hope your night's going well. All three games are good and bad in their own ways. So Escape from Bug Island is actually an amazing survival horror game. Until you get to the point where they expect you to loop through the game a second time. I was really enjoying this game. Loving it. Great B-movie kind of game, horror game. But then, spoilers, halfway through the game, they like do this whole... I forget the whole scenario, but essentially, you have to start the game from scratch and go through it again to kind of like continue the game through some like time parallel kind of gimmick, whatever they were doing. Wasn't a fan of that, but the beginning half of the game was great. Ju-on, The Grudge, has its moments, like pretty atmospheric. Actually, like, you know, it's not a terrible horror game. The problem is it's really slow. Like, you move... It's probably the slowest horror game I've ever played in my life. Because if I remember right, did it have balance board? No, it didn't have balance board support, did it? Or did it have an option for balance board? But anyway, it was... it was very slow. Not worth the money it goes for now. It's like $100 now. It was maybe like half an hour ago or so, Uli. Yeah, I streamed Ju-on for Horror Month. I streamed Ju-on. Not worth the money, but if you can play it, you know, for those of you that are emulating Wii and everything, I'd say it's worth playing. Just don't expect more than like a 4-hour game that you'll probably never want to play ever again. Cursed Mountain gets a high recommendation from me. Now, I still think about that game. It's one of the most unique survival horror games I've played in terms of like building an atmosphere. My favorite part of Cursed Mountain is actually the first few hours because there's almost no combat. As crazy as that sounds. Hey, thank you, K-Dash. Thanks for the sticker. Appreciate it very much. The first, like, 3 hours or so, 2 or 3 hours of Cursed Mountain, it's all build up. It's all atmosphere. I actually really, really like the beginning of that game. Eventually, the combat starts getting kind of heavy-handed. But it's great. It kind of feels... It kind of feels... like an extended horror movie, essentially, is the best way of putting it. It drags at parts. It takes a while to get going. And then my playthrough of Cursed Mountain was really unique because for those of you that remember my stream of that game, I actually glitched out. You guys remember this? Were you there? Were any of you there for this? You remember I got to the final boss. Like, not the final boss, but like right before the final boss. You have to ascend this mountain in a freaking blizzard. And my camera got glitched and stuck. And I literally had to play through the craziest gauntlet at the end of the game blind. My camera was like stuck on a mountain and I was literally moving through the game without being able to see what I was doing. And I had to face the final boss that way too. You guys remember that? Insane. I think I might still have it on recording. I don't even remember how I managed to get through it. Sheer luck. And maybe I had to look at a YouTube video to like reference where I was and what was happening. It was crazy. I still managed to beat it though. That is a game where I feel like in future horror game months, it'll make a reappearance. Probably not for the 10th anniversary this year, but maybe for the 15th anniversary I'll play through it again. Welcome, Coolio. You're making mole. Am I saying that right? Mole? It's definitely not mole, right? And handmade tortillas. That sounds good. I have not played Bullock's Pit on mobile. I'd probably pass on it. I enjoyed it on PlayStation 5, but it's not something I'd play again. The Wii remote talks to you in that game. Yeah, a lot of Wii games use that gimmick. What was the Wii Hudson game that was like Jew on the Grudge? Oh. The Japanese game, right? I streamed that one too. That was the one that would use the balance board. Is that the one that you're thinking of? I forget the name of it. Oh, The Calling. You're thinking of The Calling. I was thinking of a different game. I tried streaming The Calling. And I had to stop because that was back when I was using a game capture that had audio issues with like crackling, and I couldn't fix the issue on stream, and I just decided that it was like the audio quality was too bad to continue the stream, so I actually quit the game after like the first 45 minutes, hour. It seemed like a pretty neat game though. That'll definitely make a reappearance one of these years. What is the name of that horror? There's a horror game on Wii that's supposed to use the balance board. Wii Horror Japan. I'll find it. It's pretty uncommon. I just can't remember the name of it. Once I see the cover. Actually, I know how I can find the name of the game. Wii Horror Japan Balance Board. Ikanai no Yoru. Yes. Can you blame me for not remembering? Okay. I know Yoru. Here it is. Yeah, I streamed this one. Great game. It's a game that you were meant to play with the Wii balance board, so like as you run or like run from monsters or just move through the game, you have to walk on the balance board. Obviously that was not happening. I would have literally died. I probably would have got my heart attack back then playing this game with a balance board. Those of you that were in my stream for this, you would know why. How much movement you had to do in this game. Oh my god. I don't know how you would do it. Definitely not in one sitting, or standing in this case. I mean, this was... I do not recommend you try and play this game with a balance board if you try to play it. Every step you do, and the steps only move you forward like an inch. It's crazy. So it's like supposed to be an exercise game, horror game, but you can play it without the balance board just fine. Terrible screen. I mean, they're not really doing it justice here, but for those of you that look for something a little different, or you emulate or whatever the heck you do, I would recommend it. Very atmospheric horror game. Super playable without knowing Japanese. Just use a guide to see what the dialogue options are and you'll be fine. Haven't played Fahrenheit. I played Indigo Prophecy on PS2. Yeah. Yeah, the box looks cool with the black Wii logo. See if anybody's actually buying this game. One person. Good obscure 360 game. You should look on the Vortex Senko no Runde now that it's nice and cheap again. It's a shoot 'em up fighting game. That still not a lot of people are aware of it. This game. It's more expensive than it used to be. This used to be a bargain bin game. You couldn't even get rid of this game for like $5 or $10. You would see this in lots of sports games and nobody would care. cold sip. Yeah, I still haven't really ventured into the cold sip series. Getting a new one though. Pretty unexpected. Somehow this series just keeps going. Cold Scepter Vortec. I'd probably say Cold Sep would be the better bet if you're only going to pick one. I think you'll get more value, add time out of it. Vortec is a pretty short game. Cold Sep, you'll get a lot of time out of it. They're long games. Oh my god. Mouse, hello? I just dropped my mouse and now it's not clicking. Oh my god, I think I just broke my mouse. What the hell? Gotta be kidding me. My cheap little knockoff mouse from China is finally dead. Let me knock it and see if it fixes it. Oh my god. What is wrong with it? Wait. I think I see the issue. Okay, I fixed it. Tell you, this cheap mouse has lasted a while. You know, we've never actually specifically looked for PS5 games. I'm actually very curious to see what the heck people are buying on PS5 right now. Let's see. Screamer, Steelbook Edition, $60. Pretty cool cover for Pragmata. $120 for Stars and Second Story Korean version. Guess that was is that really the only way you can get that physical? Seriously? Is there a reason they're buying that for that much? Is there a physical US version of that? You need to get this game. I'll just get it physical since it's so cheap. I think I'd really like this Void Terrarium game, however you're supposed to say it. Yeah, Void Terrarium. It goes on sale on PSN fairly frequently, but I mean, hell. $20 with the soundtrack seating. I'll just get it physical. Rendering Ranger R2. That was one of the like holy grails for a while on Super Famicom, the original Rendering Ranger R2. God, these listings are so annoying. Can't avoid them no matter what you're searching on here. For a second there, I thought that was like Chrono Cross. And no, it's the Civilization 7 logo. Looks very similar. I collect Japanese Game Boy or Game Boy Color games. Here and there. I mean, I don't go out of my way for them anymore. But I've got, I've got several. I've got a decent little collection of Japanese Game Boy games, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. If it's exclusive and it looks cool, I may have bought it in the past. But these days I won't go out of my way to buy a Japanese game on those platforms. I focus on the US ones. It's because the imports on them are just way more expensive than they used to be now. There's still a few on Game Boy Color I'm interested in. But nothing crazy. Wow. Epic Mickey Rebrushed has gotten really cheap. 13 bucks factory sealed. That was a really cool game based on the demo I played. I enjoyed that. I really got to get around to the full version sometime. They also updated this Avatar game to allow third person. It launched as a first person game, but now they allow third person. And apparently it improves the game pretty significantly. Wait, isn't this that game that I looked at on PSN? The digital game? Where people say it's actually pretty good? I've looked at so many of these games, I can't even tell. It's supposed to be like a really good Castlevania clone or something. That font, though, is scaring me. It's so small. I think it's supposed to be a really hard game unless I'm mixing it up with another one. You saw the Avatar game at Walmart for $5. Oh, is the loading really bad from the disc? They didn't fix that? So in other words, playing it off the disc is not a good idea. What am I even looking at here? I'm staring at this. I can't even see what I'm supposed to be seeing. I guess if you play the game, you'd be more familiar with what the heck you're looking at here. It's very busy looking. Guess it's encased in plastic, so that doesn't help. No, not me, but I posted a few links in chat that I'm pretty sure people may have picked up or bid on or something. Found some pretty good auctions early in the stream. Ease 9, $160. Sealed? Seriously? All the more reason to start with Ease 8 instead. Dread Out collection. I do recommend Dread Out. This is not the first and second game. This is the first game with DLC. But the first game's better anyway. Do I have a complete original Goosebumps collection? No, I don't think so. I got quite a few of them. Are those things finally worth some money or what? Or are they still... I think it's something to do with like if they reissued them, they're not worth as much, but if you have the original printing, it's really expensive. I forget how you're supposed to tell. It's actually surprising that Astrobot is still $44 sealed. So that just shows you the power of Astrobot. People are still spending, you know, close to what that game launched at. Can't wait to see what they do next with that series. Old and Maniacal hooking up Dubious. Thanks so much, Maniacal. Dubious, very worthy of that subgift. When do you think I'll play The Last of Us 2? No plans. No, that's the kind of game where I'd have to be forced into it. And even then, I probably still wouldn't play it. No interest, super long. Just kind of, I don't care about Last of Us much anymore these days. Maybe one day, I don't know. I already know the twists and the I avoided spoilers for that game for all these years, and then a few years ago I finally got spoiled. As to, you know, the major thing that happens in that game, right? Like, I won't say it just in case there's still someone out there that's spoiler free, but, you know, the thing that happens that was very controversial. I had no idea it happened for all those years, but now I know. Quantum Error. The only game from this past horror month that I did not beat. Did you know that this past October I beat every single horror game I streamed except for this one? That tells you everything you need to know. You know who the developers are of this game? That silly dinosaur horror game, what was it? Ultraviolet, whatever the heck it was called. Those developers made this game. It actually wasn't a terrible premise. You play as a firefighter and you like, it's a first person or third person horror / zombie game, but man, it was just too long, way too long. If this was a game that you can beat in 8 to 10 hours, I would have beat it, but it's like an 18 to 20 hour game. Yeah, Code Violet. Nah, I haven't played Seventh Dragon. I wanted those to get ported here for the longest time. And then by the time they finally ported them, I didn't care anymore. Dragon Age the Veilguard for $9. Astrobot's $45. The enemy shooting me through the wall. Oh yeah, man, I forgot all about that. There was some ridiculous stuff that happened in that game. And you know me, I love bad, so bad they're good horror games, but that one was bad for some wrong reasons. Atlas Fallen. Is it bad that I don't even remember what the heck this game is about? What is this? Oh, yeah, I kind of do remember this game. One to two network players. I thought I had more players online, though. I have not seen... I don't think I've seen Parents. Maybe? Sounds familiar. You buy PS4 games that have the PS5 upgrade on them. Yeah, that's a smart way of doing it. Wow, Werewolf the Apocalypse used sold for $23? Is it a full moon out or something? That's unexpected. This used to be way cheaper. I mean, like bargain bin cheap. Clearance cheap. I'm so conflicted on this game because it's like half this game is amazing and then the other half is pretty bad. Pretty much any segment where you play as the werewolf, it's this amazing beat 'em up game. And then everything else is just terrible. Whenever you're not the werewolf, it's just not good. Turns out, you know, when you have a beat 'em up game with a giant werewolf, when you're in human form sneaking around as a stealth game, it gets kind of bad. If they would have just committed to the werewolf beat 'em up parts, it would have been really good. I haven't played Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Hearthstone Battlegrounds? Is that like that mode that is in Hearthstone now? I'm not familiar with Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Is that the mode that's been in Hearthstone now for like maybe close to a decade at this point? The single player mode? Grey Hill Incident. I felt like this game gets more hate than it deserves. Should it have costed as much as it did when it came out and still does? No. I think this was like a $30 digital game or something. And the physical was not much cheaper. Or, you know, same price pretty much. This was actually... I enjoyed Grey Hill Incident. This is the kind of game where you play it with a couple friends or something, or you stream it. Or heck, even by yourself. You'll get a fun 3 hours out of this game. I enjoyed it. It was actually scarier, and... They really play into the sort of like retro alien invasion vibes in this game. This would have been great as like a $10 digital game or $14.99, $15 or $20 physical. I don't think they release a $20 physical game, but I don't think games release at $15. But it's like a super budget physical. No, yeah, I didn't bother with Hearthstone Auto Battler. I've never played an Auto Battler. It's just it just looked like an odd genre that I never really tried or got into. Hearthstone's pretty much dead to me at this point. I played during the glory days. It's pretty much over for me now at this point. $40 for Scorn. Very disappointed with that game. They dropped the ball on Scorn, that is for sure. The gameplay was just so bad. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Deluxe Edition is still going for a lot of money, $155 sealed. You know what's going to be cool when they come out with Part 3? They're probably going to do like a box set of all 3 games together. I'd be tempted, I'm not going to lie. I'd be tempted. I think that would be pretty neat if they did that. How nostalgic was the online Pokemon trading card game? The older one? I had a lot of fun with that. I think it still exists. I just don't think many people use it anymore to play. Yeah, back the one where you had to use the codes that came in packs. Back when I was playing that, there was no way to get packs in that game. Like, you couldn't open packs unless you scan the physical QR codes. So I used to buy on eBay physical code cards. So like they'd ship them to your house. Some of them would email them to you, like pictures of them, of the codes, and you'd have to sit there manually entering them. But yeah, I would buy the physical QR redemptions, like the things that people would always throw away on streams these days and videos. Yeah, used to buy them. They were very cheap back then because practically nobody did that to play that game online. But it was good. I love the trading system. They had a really good trading system in there. Just like straight up, no restrictions. Just trade whatever cards for whatever cards you wanted. The altars is a lot of fun. I think someone's recommended that game to me before. Probably you. Because that sounds familiar. Oh, that's a pretty good lot. Wildermyth is also a pretty cool game. I played that on PC a long time ago. A little RPG lot. Sonic Superstars is definitely worth trying now that it's like a $15, $20 game. I just didn't want to recommend that game for, what was it, $60 when it came out? That was ridiculous. For what that game was. If that released back in the 360 days, it would have been a $15 downloadable game. What is with these digital items? What do I got a Borderlands for? God, they're just... Oh, this is someone that bought all... Oh my god, somebody went on a buying spree. Look at this. I don't know why we're seeing items from November. Look at this, November 2025? Why are they showing me sold items from November right now? The heck? Okay, well, I guess that's that for PS5 games. Someone went crazy for Borderlands. But I think this is also going to be a good time to call it. Thank you, everybody. Another good eBay stream. Hope you had fun. If you're new here, we do these eBay streams every single Saturday, every weekend. So be sure to follow on whatever platform you prefer. We'll be back next Saturday doing it all over again. This week, in terms of playing games, I would like to start Metroid Prime 4, courtesy of Super Coolio this week. At least get like one stream of that done. We'll be doing more in 64. We'll be jumping back into some Harvest Moon probably. And that's all that immediately comes to mind. So, be sure to check out my new video, by the way, if you haven't seen it on YouTube, where I talk about the Geo AES Plus, give my opinions on it. My opinions were only based on, like, literally within, like, an hour after it was announced, so we didn't know everything at that point. And don't forget, if you're going to pre-order that thing, you can do it with my Amazon affiliate link if you're going to order through Amazon for the Prime shipping and no shipping problems that apparently some people are experiencing weird, we won't ship to your state kind of thing on the official website. That affiliate link is on the Neo Geo AES video I uploaded. It's a pinned comment and in the description if you're looking for it. Anyway, thank you, everybody. I'll see you in the next stream. Thank you again, Maniacal, for your sub gifts tonight. And everybody else that resub, sub gifted, all that fun stuff. Super chatted on YouTube. Followed on Rumble. And the people that just kicked back and watched on Kick. Gotta shout them all out, right? And the people on X that I totally never look at the chat over there because I don't expect somebody to ever type anything anyway. It's mostly just to let people know I'm live. That's it. There could be someone over there like chatting up a storm, and I would, I should probably check. But yeah, I don't ever expect a chat on the X stream because I don't use it for that reason. I don't even know how I would check it. Let me see. The Xers, what do we call them? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on that end. I just go live there because it essentially just, some people it puts a giant notification when you go to X that like I'm live. It's just kind of like a cheat code to bypass somebody having to see your post over there. It'll sometimes, like, if you're on the mobile app or something, it'll have like a pink banner on top that's like, oh, PeteDorr's live. So it's just kind of like a little cheat code to bypass people having to see your post. Anyway, have a good night, sweet dreams. I'll see you all in the next stream.